Okay, hello. Hello. Don't mind me, I'm just scooting in with my chair. But I feel it's important to let people know that I exist and I am here. Oh my goodness, it looks like a neck brace. It's supposed to be a cute jumper that goes up, but I look awful. Right, okay, that's... Whatever, it'll do, it'll do, it'll do. Okay, I exist now, I exist. Okay. Pikachu time indeed, but first of all... we have to up the ante here. So. New prediction. Will I beat Yellow with less than 2 deaths? You only have half an hour. I wanted an hour, but apparently half an hour is the cap. Pika! I didn't even ask about how things are, because I just fired into it. Game volume is probably fine. Look at that golem. I trust him. We need a name for Pikachu. Anyway, I did just fire into it, so hello, Ridley, beat stream elements to it, Vane, Schmike, Griff, who's apparently insane, Orpheus, Stardust Piggy, and anyone else who might be here. Heal Ridley reporting? I wouldn't expect anything else. Hey, less than 2 that's 0 or 1, I'd like to point out. I can't, if I have one Pokemon die, I can never have another one die. Or else, you know, that's gone. Just make Lottie play the Fire Emblem way? What's the Fire Emblem way? Pika! Let's hope this Pikachu isn't, you know, complete trash like all of the past ones have been. Maybe time to leave Pikachu behind? No. Never. I have made a team plan, a goal. We are taking this seriously. Right? Like, this is going. This is happening. But we're keeping Pikachu. For as long as we can. Because we did it last time, and quite frankly, Raichu was okay. Yes, it sucks in Yellow, but Yellow was an easy game. I need to change the text speed. And I need to change the battle style for set. Boat anchor? Boat anchor for Pikachu? I mean, what about just anchor? I am not calling Pikachu Boatface. The goal is to keep this thing through, but anchors, it's not as cute as Thorin. But it's maybe more accurate. Anchor because it's the anchor of your team? Exactly, Orpheus. The anchor of our team. Alright, come on then, anchor. I mean, the thing is, there's not that high a chance anchor actually makes it very long here, okay? Because I mean, you gave me a Pikachu holding you back. They don't hold me back much for long. Pika! Critical hit to start, tail whip fails. Anchor's the one, right? Anchor is the one. Still synchronize? Yeah, thank God. 2 critical hits! That was amazing. Anchor is a good little Pikachu. I can't tell any of those stats. I don't know why I stared at them for ages. All of our past Pikachu have been god-awful. I think Anchor's the one. I never said this would be synchronized. Nowhere does it say this is synchronized. Because I'm not insane. I love you too, Anchor. I love you too. You put up with us, you must be insane. That's not true, I love my audience. Biggest Pikachu apologist for all this Genlocke attempt to be a success. Pikachu was not the problem! Nuzlocke only synchronize? Playing a game regularly with only synchronize makes me want to die. The synchronize run is just so awful. I thought you were the Pokémon guy. I don't want to know about ledges. Stupid ledge kid. Feel that this is the run? Well, let's remind ourselves, right? That I lost Emerald. I did the maths on this. With 1 in 27,777 repeating odds. That's how bad that luck was. No, please don't ask about synchronize. I don't... No, not today. Today's my happy place. Present Nuzlocke? You can't do it. Can't get past ghost types. Are you the... There we go. Give me the potion. Today's a Garuda Link Day. Why are y'all saying Garuda with an A? I'm so confused. Metronome and present Nuzlocke? Oh, great. So when you're up against ghost types, you get to use Metronome instead. Sure, that's real kind. Okay, and when he gives me the Pokédex, I can finally go into my thing and give me all the rare candies. Garuda/Gerudo language gender thing? It is absolutely not! I cannot stress how much Gerudo is definitely not the name for a male Gerudo. There's let me know team building, you have to just use the 6 most recent. As is like my classic Nuzlocke I did in my spare time. What I used to do is actually just not take stuff out of the box. But like if something fainted, I just stored it and then I would just use the next thing I caught. I have no idea how I ever succeeded anything. Like I'd be rocking up to Claire with like Raticate and Noctowl. And I won. Gerudo be female of Gerudo by language convention? Yes, but Orpheus, like... I can't... Like, the Gerudo are all female. It's a big thing. It's a very important plot point in Ocarina of Time. Is the only one in every 100 years. Once every 100 years, they have one male Gerudo born. And he becomes the king of the Gerudo. Okay, gave me the Pokédex. Right, cool. Gerudo and Phantom Hourglass for Spirit Tracks. That might explain a few things. God, do you think I know? Where's save state? Okay. It is time. It is time for me to drop a bunch of frames. Okay, cool, we're back. I didn't like that. I didn't even drop any frames, but my kilobyte per second thing went red, and it's like, please don't do that. Gerudo asexual or something? I really don't know. I don't think they ever explained that. What did I call this? Genlocke 3 Yellow. What a good name for my cartridge. Okay, salve, items... Rare candy. 99. You know what? Screw it. This saves time. Pokeball 5. He should have given me them. He gives you them in every other game. And in the PC, rare candy. 99. Can I do this in multiple slots? Yo! Well, there we go. That's all the rare candies sorted for the entire run. Okay. Don't mind that. That was... Nintendo themselves said I was allowed to do that. Don't worry about it. Did succeed in getting MU co-op working? Unrelated? Yeah, that is unrelated, because there's no emulators here today. I would never. This game that came out before I was born? Me? Never. Okay, cool. I say that as though I don't actually have a copy of Pokémon Yellow, and that I didn't play it as a child. But it did come out before I was born. So, what we catching? Gerudo go looking for husbands and boyfriends? Do they? Oh, they do! Yeah. This bodes well. What's really unfortunate is that because I gave myself the Pokeballs, I feel like that counts. Like, That's why I gave myself the Pokeballs in the first place, so I could just catch something on the way. Alright, what we catching to the left? Please don't be Spearow. Please, I'm begging you. Please don't be Spearow. Literally anything but Spearow. Please don't be Spearow. I will do the desk slam thing. The gamer rage. Okay. We can make Nidoran Mail work. Mainly because it's really good. Right, well that was incredibly rude. Come on, Anchor. Please. I beg you. Oh my god. Not like this. Oh, thank god. Okay. Thanks to Gen 1 wackiness, as soon as it shakes more than twice, I know it's caught. Right, why kidneys? I know. Is it because your name is Spleens? Is that, like, is it like... Have you gone for a different organ? Looks like it does not look like a kidney. What? Well, on the plus side, we now can't lose a Rattata because we simply did not catch one. Organic naming scheme? Organ themed Nuzlocke? Please don't do that. I'll take kidneys. Yellow might be easy, but my goodness is it scarier than the other games. At the start. 13 attack. Just tackle though. Pikachu sucks. No, I don't need to go that way. Don't need to do that. Okay, well we should probably buy more Pokeballs because, thanks kidneys. My hard-earned cheating. Gone to waste. No, that's not Pokeballs. No more Premier Balls. You don't know what you've got until you don't have it anymore. As they say. My Pokemon with a ton of moves might be useful the first few gens. No! I have a team plan! And we're sticking to it! Nidokenga's pretty good though, I might honestly replace Blastoise. I feel bad for doing it, because Blastoise sure was there. But yeah, Nidokenga's really good in Gen 1 and then Gen 2 as well. In Gen 3 I think it starts to fall off a bit. But we'll see. Turtle of all time. One of the turtles of all time. Nidoking just has a ton of coverage. Yeah. I like Gen 2, the early Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch. Cool! Pidgey. Pidgey's really good here actually. Because Pidgey means we definitely get Caterpie in the forest. Unless I rolled a 1% Pidgeotto. That would just be really funny, right? That's actually the only way that the run can become completely, like, unwinnable. Is if you get, Rattata, Spearow, Pidgey, and then Pidgeotto. That's the only combination of Pokemon that allows you to not beat Brock. Alright, we need a name for Pidgey. We kinda got Rattata if you think about it. I just didn't keep it for very long. Oops. A species clause not apply to all forms? No, I do not apply it. 1%? What? Is that your nickname? There's not even a percent. Or a 1. neither of those things exist. Soy? It's as good as any other name, right? Soy. Right, let's see. How funny does God think he is this day? No, don't name them all after beans! That is slightly more annoying than a Caterpie. It works! It works! It does work! It's not... It's totally a string bean. Why are they all beans? I know I can hit it again, but I really don't want to in case we crit. Have they been anything else? Besides, hitting Pokemon doesn't really affect them that much in Gen 1. Oh my god, fine. Do not! It will not be funny if you crit. I promise. Just need to edge it into the red. Okay. See, look, it helped. If I don't catch this... Please no! Oh, thank God, okay. Just stringing you along? Are we really just going with string? That's what I used to call my Caterpie as a child. I'd catch a Caterpie and a Weedle and I'd call them String and Sting. Not in yellow, obviously. And leaf green. Let me tell you, String always ended up staying a lot longer than Sting did. Because Beedrill is awful. Right, well I wasn't even gonna bother rare candying up Soy, but I guess we might as well. Demand a refund. You just wanted a Pokemon called Bean! They're all beans. String bean, soybean, kidney bean, anchor bean. They're all beans. I look at this god-awful team. Just get them up to 7. I love how only in yellow do you have to do this right at the start of the game. Because every other game actually has like a gentle level curve. Yellow seems to somewhat expect that you immediately drop everything and spend half an hour grinding. And if you do not do what I just did there, you will die. Thankfully there's no Weedle anywhere in Viridian Forest. You know, Vayne, for you, I'll name the next Pokemon Bean. Since you know, felt the desire to redeem that. You're like, yeah, I think I know what I'm gonna spend my points on today. A Bean. Exactly. Like the kingdom. You know what? It's just gonna become like a massive insultory rant. I've never seen anything start with you know what. It will be a Bean. You just want Bean as the name of the next Pokemon we catch? Okay, I don't know why I'm going for the item. Devilio? Is that a Monster Hunter thing? Bean Bean Bean? I don't think Bean 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 fits, unfortunately. Imagine prematurely naming the Charmander. Assuming we'll get that far. You know, with this luck. How much a Monster Hunter thing? Be honest with me right now. Is that kind of bean? Apparently only some of the tiles in this forest, in order to stop the game from lagging, only some of the tiles are actually grass. The other ones just look like grass, but they can't all give encounters. How wild is that? And speedrunners kind of know the path they have to take through this hell maze. Because otherwise there's just way too much grass, apparently. That's the reason, I assume. If you look, kind of looks like a pickle, and if you squish a pickle, it looks like a bean. If a bean didn't look like a bean. Okay. Rants. Definitely said by sane people. Half damage to a Metapod, and we said Pikachu was bad. That is a sentence. That is also true, yes. It was indeed a sentence. There's only like 10 minutes left on the predict. It looks like it's running out of time, but it's not. So as a result, this is a potion, not an antidote, right? Yep. I choose to believe that kid was just trying to find that potion for like half an hour. Alright, let's see how this goes. This is the fight I worry the most about, on account of being the only fight. Level 10, though. Like, this could be a Butterfree if this kid wasn't such a mess. Very thankful for the paralysis. Okay, I'm pretty sure Anchor wins this one easily. I love that 1.5 times damage crit. How old have you played Yellow first? That kid is probably the same age. I was like 2. 2 or 3. Pretty much as soon as I could hold things in my grubby little hands, I was handed Pokemon. Caterpie sweep? No. No. You're forbidden from ever saying that about enemy Pokemon after the Sableye incident of 23. Wild to think we're already ready for Brock. Just stuck in front of a TV at that age? Sounds like a skill issue. Yeah, like, let's just rare candy to 12, because that's the Brock level. There's nothing else between us and Brock right now. I thought there were more trainers. I'm trying to remember when I gave that really like, if you don't do this, you will die speech. Yeah, that was not true. The temptation to take Pikachu as my only Pokemon. Oh, there's one trainer? Yeah, I'm not gonna fight him. Shadow is snoring on my lap. That's sweet. We like dogs. Okay. You know what, Soy, you can get up to level 12 as well. For now, you're an honorary member of the team. Because I didn't exactly catch, you know, that Rattata that would normally be with us and then die a tragic death. And now for the one that actually matters. Big apologies to the rest of you, but y'all knew it was true. Wow, good job, String. You sure did eat those sweets. Time to hatch! It's a well-known fact that real butterflies do that too. And there we go. So, to absolutely nobody's surprise, we're bringing Strings and Kidney. In the box. I've got yellow down to a science at this point. I don't like that fact. It's just a casual reminder of how badly everything's gone before now. Cat, you were foolish to think it was ever your bed. That's where your issue lay, Vane. Alright, I think there's only like 2 minutes left on the prediction if anyone wants to get in on that. If you have faith in my skills, there's a lot of points to earn. It's less my skills and more my luck, and honestly, don't have faith in my luck. Bide. Turn 1, eh? That's not the time for a crit! We just have to go for it. Okay, cool. I think that cancels the bide. Okay. Okay, that could have gone. Okay. Okay. We still going for the Geodude Magnitude Hail Mary strat next gen? No. No, we're going for a far more disgusting strategy. I am not giving Whitney an inch. For Onyx. Got more than it deserved. Why is Brock's TM bide? Can we just talk about what a terrible opening to a series this is? Yeah, no, Ridley, I was thinking against Whitney. At this time I'll mix it up and I might go with Charmeleon and Geodude. Rock TM. Right, here's the thing. The same defense is given to Faulkner. But it only works as a defense if you accept that, you know, Faulkner is a person in a world. And he's not. He's a character in a Pokemon game. And the designers took the opportunity to design a flying gym leader and then went, well, we don't have any flying TMs anyway, so whatever. No! Why didn't they make Wing Attack a TM or something in Gen 2? You know, in Gen 1, where's Rock Throw? Rock Throw's a trash move, but... Also, wait! Rock Slide's a TM! There is a Rock TM! That's even worse than Faulkner! Orpheus, I don't know what inspired you to play Radical Red, but, have fun. Honestly, the little Ultra Tune Pikachu Eyes is like the best thing Pokemon's ever had. I'm really upset that when they brought in Gen 6 Pikachu actually having the Pikachu voice from Iko Otani, that they didn't just have it make the Pika noise from Yellow. I think they really messed up. Alright, String Shot, but String Shot now increases my power. Which is wild, but it's true. Because Gen 1. See how that attack did more? That wasn't variance. These Falconer are somehow on point of the upgraded sand attack. You think that's what they were going with there? Keep using String Shot, buddy. Each one buffs my attack more and more. See? And you thought I was lying. And Gen 1 really was coded by, like, just spaghetti in a blender poured onto a keyboard, huh? Okay, so you've slowed me down. And how did that work? Didn't work out for you well, did it, Bugcatcher? You don't even have a name. I mean, Gen 1 is less buggy than Japanese ones. I've actually never played a Japanese Gen 1 game. I have no idea what they're like. I just like Counter and Fire Emblem 9, absolutely useless. Counter is just terrible in all Fire Emblem games though. It's just awful when enemies use it against you. But yeah, I will admit, it's certainly really bad on Titania. So certainly some names? Yeah, there's something. Drink the potion, Anchor. Drink the potion. Drink it. Come on. Drink the potion. You know you want to. I know you have wounds on the inside that still need to be healed with the miracles of modern medicine. That'll do it. I love how many of the things that happen in this run probably look like just sheer derangement to anyone who doesn't know Gen 1 in and out. What I was doing there was boosting Pikachu's friendship. Yeah, I don't even know why I score attack, not double cut. Potion healing modern? Potion healing is top tier. Casual reminder that we didn't get a 1 in 256 miss in either of the previous attempts. So, we're about due for one here. Is that me trying to force feed a potion into my poor little creature? Come on, Anchor. Yes, oh great. What does Counter do in a Fire Emblem game? So what it does in Awakening onwards, I don't think it appeared between any other games. By the way, am I just stuck? Okay, there we go. What it does in Awakening onwards is it just makes it so that if you survive a hit, you return all the damage you took to the opponent. Which is obviously far nastier when opponents use it on you. Yeah, damage reflection. But in Path of Radiance, it only returns half the damage, and it only has a skill % chance of working. Which is just awful. Everything about that is just awful. If I wasn't a trainer, what would you do? Just punch me in the face? Like, my god, get a hobby. Put on Titania. Yeah, that's the other thing. 20% working and only the turn after. 20%? I thought it was skill percent. But then again, it's such a bad skill that like... The other thing that's really important to state about the way Path of Radiance works is that skills on characters take up capacity points. So you basically want to delete that as soon as possible if you actually have any intention of using Titania. Although Path of Radiance feels like it was actually designed to hurt people who like things to be ordered. And confusion is starting to send me to another realm of existence. I've never used it so many times in succession before. Alright, are we catching the Magikarp or are we catching a Pokemon here? The answer is we're catching a Pokemon here, but I feel like I should give you a chance to feel like this is a participatory experience. It's not. Because we've taken the Magikarp the past 2 times and never used it. We've never used it. And we never will. Although Gyarados is really good in Gen 1. Like, it's actually kind of insane in Gen 1. It's really bad in Gen 2. Keep the streak. There's so many water types in this game! I only have 2 planned for this team. Do not let this become what we had last time. That's why we lost. Because we were just doing the water tango down every street. Hey, Gyarados bad in Gen 2. Gyarados sucks in Gen 2 and 3, to be honest. Oh, how unfortunate. I ran into an encounter that was unavoidable. You know? You know, I wish it was the Magikarp. Just skip the Squirtle. But Blastoise is actually, like, kinda good in Gen 1. I do completely intend, if we have Blastoise in Gen 2 and you could take Totodile, this time we're just dropping Blastoise immediately. And just rocking with, like, Totodile instead. Alright, we need a name for Rattata. Oh wait, this is Bean Bean, sorry. Right, after this, no more bean names. Because we'll run out of beans, and also, what the hell? All the beans? No more beans. Bushes, is that a bean company? Shameful that you try and pull that one past me. I mean, we would get Gyarados available pretty early, right? Don't get me wrong, I'm aware of that. The issue is that that's not very helpful. Like, you teach it this Water Gun TM, and you just don't get any more moves for it for quite a bit of time. So you're just stuck with, like, Tackle and Water Gun. It does get really good if you're willing to teach it like surf and stuff, but effort. Also, this is the last chance we have to catch a Rattata. So, you know, where's Magikarps? Everywhere, because I have totally picked up the fishing rod. In any of these Hyper Fang. No, don't fall for it. Every time you put Rattata up front, it dies a horrible death. We're not doing it again. Then we'll grab Water Gun. And this is a Moonstone up here, right? Not quite. Oh god! We're spared! We have been blessed. There is no Geodude. probably caught them all by this point, right? Bat. Alright, what are we calling Zubat? I would never try and rob you, P-Flex. You always just... Why is that what they went with for Zubat? It gets me every time. Or... No! That's a chickpea! I refuse. Zeus or Zeus if you want to be accurate? Zeus? Zeus just looks like I can't spell. Why Zeus for Zubat? Alucard I at least get, you know what? Yeah, but I see what you're up to! No! There's no such thing as an Alucard bean, so the streak is broken. No more streak! No more beans! Beans? There's also Z? Yeah, but so does, like... Zorf. Man, Gen 1 Zubat hits different. You're a trainer? I'm also in the cave, yes. Moron. Bug catcher! This is a terrible place for you to train. It's full of rocks and bats. Absolute brain dead decision on his part. Oh, whatever, it's not my problem. Real talk, in real life are moths and butterflies psychic? Because in Pokemon they always learn psychic moves. And I just wondered if that was based on any sort of real life thing. There's a TM in here somewhere, but I can never remember what it is, so we won't be bothering with it. Like, I know the way through this cave. Which, yeah, I suppose if you'd done it this many times, quick succession. Makes sense, I'd know my way through, right? Well, that's just rude. Alright, well hopefully it's just like real oddish hours. As I said before, bitches love oddish. There it is! There's the 1 in 256 miss! Thank God we had it here. Right. You should be able to rock tunnel blindfolded after this? I mean, I should. Yeah, thank God that was here. I no longer need to live in eternal stress that that'll show up in an actually important situation. Sleep powder is so busted in Gen 1. Absolutely give me that. Poison powder is hot trash in every game ever. What would ever inspire you to willingly use poison powder? I love how Bellsprout gets growth at level 1, by the way, and Bulbasaur repeatedly gets it at like level 40. In like every game ever. That's not something they ever changed either. Bulbasaur continues to get growth at a stupidly late level. Wanted to poison my enemies? If you wanted to poison your enemies, you'd use Toxic. I can't tell you how tempted I was, but no, I will not give in to double team shenanigans. That's a girly level move, Toxic. No, my point is more Toxic is the only time it is ever valid to poison an enemy. There is no need to poison an enemy at any other point, ever. Play Etrian Odyssey and use a Dark Hunter. Yeah, yeah. You could... Yeah. That is indeed a thing you could do. Was the encounter rate always this high? Also, is that the first Geodude we've seen? How did I catch one, like, both times previously? Poison is one of the best strats in that series. I always appreciate a game that's not afraid to make poison actually good. It's actually one of my favourite things about Final Fantasy X, is how hard poison just wrecks you. It's like a third of your HP in that game. Like, if you don't heal it right away, you're suffering. Right. Please, on God, do not make me fight this guy. Yeah, too late for you, buddy. Back in your box. A shame I didn't catch a Paris. They can learn cut and dig. Absolutely baller moveset. Cool to find a Clefairy though. Like, it's just nice to see one. We found the Clefairy, we got the 1 in 256 glitch. It's overall just a pretty great time over at Lottie HQ. Plus, we failed to catch Jigglypuff and Clefairy. Well, we failed to not caught Clefairy. I don't think there's anywhere else for Nidoran female. Not that I would ever bother with one anyway. Okay. Nerd time. Sure they are, Cat, sure they are. He's got like a Voltorb or something in the middle of this, doesn't he? Like, I always think I should just be allowed to solo him with Butterfree. Okay. I'm just a set amount regardless of your HP. Oh, that's cool. I love how I'm like, oh, that's cool. So that's not like the most basic thing. Yeah, I'm kind of sad Sleep Powder's disabled now. Oh, Tackle? Okay, I really thought it was going to hit me with like Sonic Boom or something. I was like, no one can switch into that. At the very least, I know it doesn't have any electric moves. I don't believe Voltorb learns any by level up in Gen 1, so... why do you even need any other Pokemon? Butterfree exists. Dolphin's probably a 2-shot. Although it might have Smog, which would be nasty. Ah, that's nasty. 70% chance of poisoning as well. Nothing wild like that in Gen 1. Because Gen 1 was coded by just the most hateful people. Helix or Dome? Because we would totally not just revive Aerodactyl, am I right? Actually, that's not true. Dome Fossil we might revive. Dome, sure. Helix Fossil is not great in Gen 1. Dome Fossil is a bit interesting, at least. It's one of the only good, like, rock types. I love how you literally just steal that kid's fossil, by the way. Like, there's no other explanation for what just happened there. Good job, kidneys. I debated not just evolving him right away so we have something better for Misty, but Bulbasaur just beats the hell out of her. It doesn't matter what else we have for Misty. Oh yeah, I was going through rare ending. It's just wild how quickly you use up your rare candies in this game. Just want to get to a point where my team's okay. Like, I feel like the level curve kind of calms down for a bit around once you beat Misty. Like, once you beat Misty, you're kind of good. Although I am worried about Surge. I don't know why, because I know I can just catch a Dugtrio and use Dig, and I win. But I'm worried. There we go. That's like a 3-hit KO, right? Like, I believe in you, String. What you just witnessed was the moment String kinda stopped being good. Damn right I did. It's not your catchphrase, guys. I appreciate the Team Rocket are still relevant today, though. Like, people still recognize them. Guys, like, there's something here, but it's not N. Nope. There's something here, but it's not a TM. Right? Do you love me, by the way? Awesome. I manufactured your love by filling you with medical produce. Oh, it is a TM, but it's like garbage? I pick it up every time. Yeah. Honestly, right? The Pikachu sprites are so good. It's just not even fair. Okay, we're gonna need a nickname for Bulbasaur. Sorry, Alucard. I really like Zubat, but Gen 1 Zubat hits different. The only stab move it ever gets is Wing Attack, which is only 35 base power in Gen 1. It doesn't get into like level 45. Amphigold, but also don't use that one. Oh. Okay, what? No, Pemphigoid. Oh, right, that's not as cute a name as I thought it was. What's a goid? Was Onion? Onion's such a not cute name. I'd rather Pemphigoid. I'm actually really tempted to take Pemphigoid just because Orpheus said don't use that one. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look up what it means first. Not like a racial slur or something. It's a rare skin condition that mainly affects older people. It usually Bullous Pemphigoid. It usually starts with an itchy, raised skin. As the condition develops, large blisters form on the skin. It may last a few years and sometimes cause serious problems, but treatment can help manage the condition in most cases. Orpheus. You don't have space for that name? Yeah, I do. Pemphigoid. Yeah. Yeah, I have just enough space for Pemphigoid. I'm not going to call it Pemphigoid. Onion's such a not cute name per creature. Julep? No, Onion! Onion time! The people have spoken. Whether the people are wrong or not is not my MO. Tulips an infinitely better name. But no. Onion! Like the things that grow more of themselves in your cupboard. Alright, let's see how this goes. Lottie. Lottie. I'm pretty sure I'm always- yeah, I'm always underleveled for this fight. It doesn't matter though, because this seems to be a decent Pikachu. My Pikachu normally takes 3 hits to KO that Spearow. Have we got an okay Pikachu? Why does Vine only have 10 PP? Who hated Ivysaur? Like, honestly, this thing, it's great in Gen 1, and then it just falls off hard until, like, Gen 5. Why? Nah, it's got Hyper Fang, let's not mess around with it. Like, reminder, despite all of my rare candy use, I'm still underleveled for this fight. I don't get this game. It's so strange. What were they thinking? You really are just meant to drop everything and just grind. In Pokemon Yellow, why is everything blue? It changes based on the town you're in. It's actually really cute. Let's just deal with Misty. How bad could that go, right? You know, I think we heal Onion up first, though. Splash. My favorite song of Pokemon. Honestly, Pyro, there were like 3 songs in rapid succession right there, so I'm not too sure which one you're referring to. Outside, fair. Right, my thing says the level cap for Misty is 21, but is that not wrong? Have we not learned before it's actually 22? I'm fairly sure this has tricked me before. Okay, and then we want to use Anchor of all things. Misty can wait. I'll bet she can. Still, 21's fine. Like, 21 does not matter. I'll happily go to 21. Heck will do nothing. Man, Goldeen's just one of those Pokemon that you're like, oh yeah, that does exist. And it's just not good, or memorable, or interesting, or important. You know, big apology to all my Goldeen fans, but you know, what's wrong with you? Bow down to the infinitely superior Sea King. Okay, so we're taking Onion and Anchor in with us, obviously. Not in that order though. Goldeen definitely is one of the Pokemon of all time, true. Welcome in, by the way, Pyro. How are you doing today? Yeah, who gets dropped like a sack of potatoes? And why is it soy? Am I wrong? String? Bean Bean? Thin Ice. Thin Ice. Alright, up to 21 then, we'll just take on Misty. Great God Gaming, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Well, hi Draco, my boy. I still love saying your username. Really does make me feel like an old person passing on knowledge to the new generation. Two mods in chat and neither of them will use the shoutout command. Shameful. Man, why am I leveling up the Butterfree? I'm never gonna use this Butterfree again. You know? Well, we all know that. You know that. I know that. To be fair, I don't actually remember the shoutout command. I think it's this. That's it, right? It is not it! I tried. Oh no, it isn't, it isn't. There we go. Thank you very much for the raid. And Yellow's early game is just built different. Today we're doing a Pokemon series Genlocke, only we're, you know, this is the beginning of it. This is the start. I don't want to talk about why, because that's not important. And this is definitely not attempt number 3. It's technically attempt number 4, but... Gosh, let's not go down that line of thinking. Can't remember if I healed. Let's just double check on that one. Yeah, I'm running under hardcore Nuzlocke rules, so I can't level past the next gym leader. And I can't use items in battle. And I also have a set rule where I'm not allowed to bring more Pokemon than the gym leader has. I didn't even check if they were in the right order. Man, if I send up my Pikachu, that's just gonna be so sad. Like, Pikachu is not good enough to win this fight. I used to struggle with this fight as a child, and I don't know why. Because you're handed this Bulbasaur for free, and it just kind of comes in and wins. Like, Gen 1 AI means Misty chooses to just never use a water move, even though they would definitely do more than Tackle. And, yep, there goes Staryu. Okay, no, it is only 21. I think it was my memory that led to me messing up. I don't think it was actually the website. Huh. Sick gym battle, by the way. Loved every second of it. Sure. I would say they get harder, but they don't. Favorite TM is Hot Trash, Misty. Okay. Talk to Pikachu? Ah, I always forget to talk to Pikachu after I beat a gym battle. I always forget. Oh, that's like the only time it's gonna be there as well. That's the only gym battle Pikachu comes to. Ah. If you talk to it after you win a gym battle, Pikachu's all excited and electric-y. I literally always forget. I did not heal up, that's good to know. I mean, that's just a quarter of the way there, you know. I actually feel like I'm going way faster today than I normally do, which is a very, very, very good thing. But I do still need to go and see Bill, annoyingly. You know, you're not just allowed to skip that. No, you're not. Worth checking. I mean, I wouldn't really be able to skip it anyway. Sorry, Caterpie. Unfortunately, I've already fought Misty. So, yeah. Oh, now it's... yeah, okay. That's just a solid burn on the guy who literally just showed up with two little, you know, caterpillars. I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll win this one, actually. Actually, do you know why Nidoking's not a good shout to take through? It's because actually getting the Moonstone in Gen 2 is a huge pain. You can only get it from your mum. You can only get the one before postgame. And it's like one of the last things she gives you. I don't even know if we got it in the entire playthrough last time. Because it's basically therefore tied to how many trainers you've beaten. And that could be a problem to actually try and get. Nidoking seems like a good idea, but I'm not sure it is. It's certainly great for the early game, though. Not gonna discount kidneys for that. It's actually... wait, it's actually kind of stupid for the early game. Let's just be real here. Alright, Bean Bean, what you got for me? Oh. I feel like this is meant to be more tedious than it is. It's just not that bad, because I just kind of... I mash the A button, I win. Actually, doesn't Hyperfang have, like, trash accuracy in Gen 1? Pink hair wasn't just a wig? No! You're as bad as my mum. No, I dyed my hair. Did it look like a wig? Don't answer that. Extra another nice. Honestly, it's actually got its own fallacy named after it, that belief. I think he does have fighting moves. Does my hair look like a wig? The brown hair was a wig. Yeah, I've been an anime character all along. But yeah, no, it's called the toupee fallacy, Orpheus. It's the idea that they all look bad and therefore you can tell. But you don't notice all the times they don't look bad. Wigs especially are getting better and better and better as time goes on. But I'm not wearing one. That's why the roots are going brown. I don't actually know how you just do the roots. I just realized that. Huh. That seems like a hassle. Did wigs for theater on average you won't notice, we can usually tell. Yeah. I believe you. Man, imagine if after all that I did the reveal and I'm like, huh, it actually was a wig, Orpheus. Okay, I demand a cool Monster Hunter name for this charm. I was gonna say Charizard, but no, it's just Charmander. Right, actually, hang on. What is this one that Spleens gave me? Devilio. Well, when I look it up, he didn't spell it right, but it is from Monster Hunter. It's Devilio, but with an H. No, I'm pretty sure Navarre is the little cat. I'm pretty sure Naviru's the little cat. Unfortunately, it's already been named is the other thing. There was a redeem earlier. Right. Yo. Oh, that looks a lot shorter when you don't write it in big, thick Pokémon font. It's like actually messing with me how much longer what I've typed looks. Demand Naviru for Squirtle? Ah, yes. Naviru, Devilio, and Onion. Team 45, not attract. It's something terrible though. Team 45, doomed to be bad. Oh yeah, I should probably fix that Charmander, huh? Level 21 seems good. Actually, 22 is probably the most honest. But whatever, 21. It's a shame because Charmander has such a good sprite in yellow and you just don't see it. Why did they bother making front sprites for the starters? Like, actually, what was the point? Wait, did it just land Leer? Doesn't it already have Tail Whip? Did they give it Leer just because Charmander used Leer in the anime? Alright. Never floats their boats. Did Charmander always get Leer, or is that a new thing in yellow? You know? Didn't ever have the Danger Pickle on the team. That's what Spleen's called it earlier as well. Ah, streamer maintenance hours. Real streamer maintenance hours, let's go. Oh, that stretch activated something. We have quite a cute little team building up here. We'll probably switch out String next, honestly. Maybe Bean Bean. I don't know. I'm always scared to bring her Eradicate along. It feels like they just die to anything. Hold up. You see that little clip? That little pause my trainer takes? That means this is the new route. So this is the route I can catch a Pokemon on. Will I? No. But I could. But we haven't once caught a new Pokemon on this route. I didn't even catch one to the west of Cerulean. Like, I don't need them. I don't need Sandshrew number 5. I will make it through Yellow. Yellow is fine. Like, Yellow has exactly 2 problems in it, and neither of them are fixed by Sandshrew. We'll put Devilio up front. Doubt it. Is Abra on this route? Might be. I don't care. I'm numb. Yeah, I should care a bit about Abra. Look, I kind of just banned this route because I couldn't figure out exactly which route you got Charmander on to begin with. And I still don't feel overly easy about it. Hopefully we do get an Abra though. Now, that would be very nice. Alakazam has done well for us so far. Plus, I feel like I deserve the... I feel like I deserve it after what happened with Morty. For Heenan for any future Abra or Psychic type? Why Heenan? That's just Seismic Toss, right? Devilio. That wasn't even a crit. I hate how broken I am though, that I keep being like, oh, I'll drop into Blaze range. It's like, no. No, we got to Gen 3 and then we fell back down. Back to where we began. That's a crit. Honestly, Devilio's doing pretty well for himself. Which is lucky, really, because if we've learned anything from previous runs, it's that Charizard's pretty good. Bobby the Brain Heenan. My assumption is that Bobby the Brain Heenan is another wrestler. But that this one has, ironically, nothing to do with maths. Get burned. Manager in this case? Sorry, even the managers have wrestler names? That's absolutely wild to me. Like, how far up does it go? Did the bankers get them too? But the insurance agencies? They used to? Oh, you mean the managers? I was like, no way. Like, that would be wild. See, you can't play yellow without having this adorable little rat around. Like, that's the whole point of Pokemon Yellow, you know? I mean, the other point is that yellow is just significantly harder than red or blue. Wicca! See, where does the Clefairy go, Bill? Where's the Clefairy? Alright, Pikachu. Chill. What do we call a furry Pikachu? Can animals really be furries? I feel that's not really how that works, right? Proud to announce I'm working on my Seth build. IRL. Like at the gym. The goal is to look like Seth by the end of the year. Should I comma for Pikachu? That makes more sense. Oh, and heroes? Okay, but Orpheus, new goal for you. Look like Seth by the end of the year. Can I pull that off? I have absolutely no idea. It depends on your work ethic, your ability to grow muscles, and, you know, other such things. The question is, do you want to look like Seth? A massive lance hole in your chest too? Yeah, but the important part of being like Seth is that the massive lance hole in your chest doesn't matter. You know, you hold up a sign that says no damage. Oh wait, Bean Bean. You're perfect to take on this drowsy. I forget, can you buy Great Balls here? Yeah, he bodied Walter. Oh, true, yeah. We did forget because he's Seth. He walked it off. Or come that Steve build instead. Yarface, shave your head, dye your eyebrows pink, and get a torso that's about 3 times as wide as your head. Why is the only way out of this city through this guy's house? Like, I made fun of the aquarium in X and Y, right? You have him a chop? Oh. Yeah, I made fun of the aquarium in X and Y, but this is like... This is so much stupider. I did not critting with Karate Chop, that's just embarrassing. Twice in a row! Oh! Looks with a couple lucky levels, it's reality. Yeah, what if you only got 3 points of strength in 19 levels? What then, Ridley? What then? They're imbalanced. Guess he just dies. Actually, I'll have you know that with RNG manipulation, you too can beat Formortas. Gem 1 Sleep is like the wackest mechanic in this whole series. Like, yeah, no, I think it's completely fine that you just go to sleep for like 7 turns. Alright, let's catch us a Pokemon. What Pokemon we catching? Really? Right, that seems more like it. That was ridiculous. No, no. Not doing it 3 times in a row. Thank you for cancelling me. Thank you for cutting me off before it became a problem. Don't worry about it, I'm sure we'll get our chance. Like, Abra appears all over the place in yellow. Heck, there's a guaranteed one in the game corner if, you know, I want to lose my mind. I do not want to fight him. But I do want to catch something, is that so hard? Joke's on you! I caught one earlier. What is the encounter rate of Abra on that previous route though? Like, it is wild to me that I should encounter so many of them. I'll look it up myself. I've already caught one of those. Yeah, that's me again just looking up a word and being really upset that Bulbapedia did not show up. Okay, so that was Route 5. %. 15% and I've had it every run. That's my first encounter there. That's wild. Okay, and this is Route 6. So Route 6, the only things we can catch here are Jigglypuff and Abra, which is hilarious. Got a second chance. Let's go. $15% of the time, 100% of the time. It's just wild that I keep getting it first try there, but like, I've never seen one on this route. We've actually only got around 50% odds of finding an Abra here, because there are other Pokemon. 10% chance for Jigglypuff, 5% chance for Pidgeotto. But Abra does have the highest odds. Although, you know, I'd understand if you didn't believe that. There we go. That's not an Abra. Level 3? Sorry, wasn't that Pidgey like level 18? What in the Johto? Yeah! Jigglypuff. Level 3, 5, or 7. Pidgey. Level 15 to 17. What? Alright. This is not an Abra. That's close enough. It learns like all the same moves. Taking that Jigglypuff to melee, right? I mean, we're taking it to the box. Name for Jigglypuff. Let's go. Each box? Sure. Although, you know, I refuse to ever use lowercase because it looks really bad in Gen 1. Oh man, too late in on the Kirby train. I never know how patient to be with nicknames. I swear sometimes I've sat there and waited for like 5 minutes as no one, like no, everyone's just there like, God, I really don't care what we call the Sentret, you know? But there's some Pokemon that I'm just like, yeah, sure, that'll do, because I don't think anyone will have interest naming them. It goes by way too quickly. Gotta get them in fast. Good job, Bean Bean. I mean, Bean Bean, you won't be around for much longer, but you know, good job. Yeah, I think I'm wrong. I don't think Hyperfang does have bad accuracy. I think it's got 100 accuracy. I'm sure it did, because I was like, isn't that the entire reason you would ever use one of these rats? Okay, the one time I'm like, I don't really want to use Pikachu, a bit scary. Sacrificing Bean Bean and Strangle on the way? No, not at all. No, I want a deathless run. You know? Like, every Nuzlocke sets out with the goal of being deathless. So let's do it. Here and now. My rat can beat up your rat. Most swing of victory. No. You made your choice and you must stick with it, Ridley. No tactics. True. Alright, time for just the best dungeon ever that we will skip all of. Actually, I do want to grab Body Slam. I didn't use it last time, but I might use it this time. Like, you never know. It's not likely, but I might. Nope, not that one. I don't remember which room it's in. Is it this one? Nope. There we go. It's in the hell room from hell. Honestly, kid, you have no idea how much my love for them dwindles every day. As I'm constantly reminded about the existence of Delibird. Paralysis chance and solid physical damage? Yeah, exactly, like, I didn't use it last time because I just never found a good team member to put it on. But if I call something like Tauros, for example, you know? The team I've built as a goal team is made up entirely of, like, these are Pokemon you're guaranteed to get. If I get something better, we'll use it. Like, Alakazam completely pushes Blastoise out of the running. That Kidneys could do some damage with it. It is tempting to just give it to Kidneys. Because while Kidneys isn't staying for the whole game, he'll be here for a while, looking at this. But at the same time, I could get a Tauros. Ah, go on. You know, we could just teach it to Pikachu. Trying to carry Lapras for a gen or two, we have Body Slam there. That's the thing. Two of the Pokemon I'm planning on using already get Body Slam by level up, so I don't need to worry about it. But yeah, no, we're... After learning just how good Lapras is, right? The only reason to remember that I haven't used it in prior runs is because, oh, you know, I don't want to be unfair to the game. No. Game can deal. Right? Game's got hands. I just don't know if I can bring myself to lead with Anchor here. Even though my rival has a flying type, I feel like Anchor is just not the play. I think we're better off using Bean Bean. With Thunderbolt, yeah. Geddy's might be the MVP next gem. Oh my god, it didn't even occur to me. Nidoking gets digged, doesn't it? Well, there goes that dream. Nah, if I catch a Diglett, I'll just use it. If I catch a Diglett. They are pretty rare. Is it ground type? Yeah, but Surge is right. Oh, it's just a Spearow? I thought it was a Fearow. Oh. Okay. Please don't hit that many times. Okay, good. Bean Bean. 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 There we go. What the hell was that? This has Poison Sting. No, it doesn't get it until way later, right? Raticate! Better than you ever think it is. Just saying. Raticate puts in work. You don't need other Pokemon. Look, he took some time to get going, okay? But then he got going. Yeah, no, the issue with Surge in this game is that his Raichu is rocking Mega Punch and Mega Kick, and I just want to one-shot it. And I know a Dugtrio with Dig will one-shot it. I just don't want to mess with it at all. I want it gone. But it does feel like a waste of my Dig... Oh, it's not a waste of my Dig TM. Dugtrio gets Dig. That's why I... Yes, that's why it's good. There we go. Man, if Nidoking could learn Dig... New Genlocke, let's go! New Genlocke, let's go! And this is the one, right? Like, we're all in agreement that this is the one. Mainly because I'm not giving the game an inch. I'm no longer thinking, oh, Lapras is maybe a bit too strong. No. No, I've seen what it'll pull. I've seen what happens. Okay? You offer it a hand and it takes the whole arm. Sheer Cold changes a person. Okay, right. How Gen 3 works. How Gen 3 works is in order for them to think, oh, you know, I think I'll use Sheer Cold. They don't just do that because they think it's funny, right? They do a test roll first. They check, will this move KO? And they check all their moves to see which one does the most damage. So that means in order for her to use Sheer Cold in that situation, it hit the test roll, and then it hit again. So it wasn't a 30% chance, it was a 9% chance. Turn 1. I am changed forever. I was gonna use a Great Ball, but why bother? You hear the pain in that voice? You should. My suffering is palpable. Okay. Right, we need a name for this Diglett. This is going to be the ace of the Surge Gym, and then we're never going to see it again. Because it's too fragile. You bringing a Snorlax? Yes! Yes, we are! Sheer Cold? No, I can't, right? I like the Diglett. I don't hate it yet. I actually really like Diglett as a Pokemon. It's so simply designed, and yet it manages to invoke like so many... Like it's a mole, it's a whack-a-mole that pops out the ground. It's too fast. It's simplified. There's more underground. There's a lot of cute little ideas with it. I wouldn't like it as much if it was introduced today, though. Meep. Oh, that reminds me of this really weird comic my dad had me read once. What was it called? I literally can't even remember. But there was a point where there were these things living in tunnels. And the tunnels are like it's a full-on cave system, and it's like, you know, if they're small and cute, then why do they dig such huge tunnels? And it's like, oh, maybe they're claustrophobic. And then it's revealed that they're not, in fact, small and cute. They're gigantic and horrifying. And that's... But I'm sure that they said Meep, or they were called Meeps or something? What on earth was the name of that? Relatable, am I right? I live in constant fear. Actually constant fear of what I might encounter down here. Well, let's just chill out, okay, Diglett Cave? Well, it's fine. I just want Flash. I just simply do not feel confident getting through Rock Tunnel without Flash. A Dugtrio was scary? Very much so. I would rather not see one. In fact, as a child, I remember crying once when I just couldn't catch the Dugtrio or run away from it. Like, I was just, like, absolutely in tears. Because it was just gonna, you know, it's gonna defeat my entire team. I don't know why I was in tears at that prospect, but that's a memory that'll never go away. In 3 it's worse because of Rain Trap. Rain Trap doesn't work on flying types, so nothing I was doing there would have been different. I gotta tackle. Actually, we'll grab the old Amber, I guess. No, we won't! Aerodactyl sucks! Aerodactyl isn't good until like Gen 3. Never knew that. Yeah, it's not a known thing about Arena Trap. It doesn't work against flying types or Pokemon with Levitate. My sleep paralysis demon is a Dugtrio. My sleep paralysis demon is a Walrein. Oh wait, I just walked right past the guy. Actually, realistically, it's that one Sableye that used Double Team once. Anyway, sorry for the delay, but welcome in, Culture Chimp. How are you today? Oh, please tell me I've got 10 kinds of Pokemon. I must have, right? I've sure not caught a lot, because I know I simply don't need a lot. Alright, just a bit tired. I feel that on so many levels. I've actually just been really tired lately, and I haven't quite been able to figure out why. Like, I slept for 12 hours last night, and I still feel like I've got just, like, I don't know, almost like there's this cloud in my head. I don't anymore, but I did for a bit. I did for quite a while. It's like, oh, I just can't get up. Like, I was up, and I was moving, and I was drinking and stuff, and it's... It's like, I was just so exhausted, and I couldn't figure out why. I still don't know why. I didn't figure it out. Well, the sleep problems do kind of run in my family, so... Let's hope it's not that. Level 15. You can run away from a level 15 Monstring. No, I don't think... I was debating actually just keeping Dugtrio with me for a while. But I really don't think I need it. Like, with Nidoking around, I already have a safe switch into electric types. Just not Surge... Like, you can't give Surge's Raichu an inch. You really can't. No Dugtrio! That's what we like to see. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's the end of Raticate, though. I want to keep Butterfree around purely for sleep powder. Honestly though, do I? Yeah, maybe I kinda don't care. Of Chansey's face in this sprite, just the... To be honest, absolute service worker face. Like... Do you know how many people will come into Pokemon Center and just be awful to the Nurse Joy? And act really entitled? Yeah, actually no, we'll say goodbye to Butterfree. We'll keep Raticate for now. Meep, come on out. Ah! Why I gotta do them one at a time? I have to push the button each time too. Okay, 28. In all honesty, I probably only want to go to level 26, thinking about Erica. Although you just go... No, 28's fine. We're not gonna hit 32 before Erica either way. Oh my god, you're not terrible anymore. Yeah, probably Thunder Shock for now. Like, seriously, what are these jumps? 28? I get that it's because he's only got one Pokemon, so you're kind of meant to use a full team to try and take it out, but that's not what happened in the anime. If I wasn't so sick of playing Yellow at this point, I would probably just teach Dig to Anchor and try and take out Surge's Raichu with just my Pikachu. You know, for the entertainment factor. I don't think it would work, but you never know, it might. Focus energy, that's... yeah, sure. It's not useless, weirdly, but you can actually use it in conjunction with, like, Swords Dance or something. You don't need Thrash, have Body Slam, my boy. Could have got his ass roasted by Raichu, fight 1. Yeah, but that's because, you know, it hadn't used Agility. That's the trick, Griff. That's the trick. Was Focus Energy glitched? Yes, Focus Energy halves your chance of inflicting a critical hit, but that's why I said you can combine it with Swords Dance or something, because if you get a critical hit, it ignores all stat boosts. Meaning that on a fast Pokemon, you could theoretically use Focus Energy to make it more likely that you don't get a crit. Man, when Meep wakes up, he's gonna be so shocked at how strong he is. Getting candy in his sleep. I mean, he's just sleeping with his mouth open and I'm just sitting there like you do with an old person. And when Meep wakes up and he finds out that he's reached the next stage of evolution, what a prank. So this one Darwin ever played on his roommates. Like they woke up and they were a crab. An old person, sorry, what? Like, yeah, like when an old person is like asleep and you give them their food. Imagine waking up and there's more of you. Goodbye, Anchor. Absolutely love how I talk cut to my Ivysaur, even though, you know, ringy duck trio. The hell is HM05? Oh, Flash. Right, you don't need to. It doesn't evolve, it goes through mitosis. I prefer to imagine that just two friends just showed up and they were like, yo, Meep's asleep, let's freak him out. Now there is a 1 in 256 chance I lose this fight. You've been warned. Eat map and moop. Remember the first drum when I found it in the very first can? That was cool. That was a good day. I bet speedrunners love this bit. I bet this is their favourite bit. Please be in the one to the right so I don't need to fight a trainer. Hey! Right, well that was efficient in some respects, if you think about it. Yeah, just deck once me win. Probably. If it hits. I don't know if this puzzle was... Okay, it's not just the fact this puzzle is a bad idea. It's the fact this puzzle is in 4 straight games. Completely unchanged every time. And we win. Okay. That was fun. It's worse than Infinite Fusion. To be fair, what's not? Far too casual and love having fun to do such a thing. Is Jigglypuff, like, obnoxious in Melee? Teach it to electric Pokemon? I will teach it to a fish. Okay, we need a name for Squirtle. Only if you know what you're doing. Okay. I don't. I mean, I say Squirtle, it's gonna be Squirtle for approximately 6 candies. Soup? We actually had a Pokemon in the very first run called Turtle Soup. It was a Doduo. Oh my god, I was really hoping everyone would have forgotten. Navaru doesn't make any sense. But yeah, we actually had a Doduo called Turtle Soup. Because I'm pretty sure Squirtle did something wrong and we were joking about turning it into Turtle Soup. I'm gonna be here for a bit, huh? Look at that cute sprite that you never see. I'm probably really good in a lot of Smash games, but it revolves entirely around using the tedious rest move. Don't you just kind of drop on people's heads and launch them? You know what the best Smash game was, though? Brawl. I'm really sad they didn't keep the tripping mechanic in future games. I think it was a great addition to the meta. It is? What? It is a great addition to the meta? Doesn't everyone hate it? Yeah, you can keep biting until you get strength. It's just a better tackle because the world is fake. I'll make Captain Falcon useless? How dare it? Is that because Ganondorf was just too powerful? Goodbye, Meep. These stupid ass names. They got armor? What is armor? I don't know anything about Brawl. All I know is that tripping is bad and everyone hates it. Please don't hate me. Sorry I keep putting you in the box. It's your own fault though. Victim blaming isn't real. You made it up because you're crazy. It's because Brawl in a nutshell. Oh well, good. Glad I nailed that. Yeah, Bean, go on, lead the way. Lead us to victory. Oh, yeah, yeah, here you go. Almost mashed A a bit too quickly there. Here you go, Navarro. Because Surf doesn't come for slightly too long. Here you go, Onion. Yeah, like these. What are these names? What are these names? Onion, Devilio, and Navarro. What a starter trio. Am I right? There's almost a theme there. Almost! But unfortunately, people started the theme after naming the second one, ignoring that Onion was already called Onion. Like, another thing is, are there no cool, like, giant turtles in Monster Hunter? You know, was there no awesome, epic, giant water monster name for Blastoise? No, you went with Navarro? Think about the pseudonyms used with the Capcom staff for Mega Man X. Well, don't worry about Mega Man X. It's not real and it can't hurt you. Flame, fire, blaze. They're all different things. We hear nothing bad about Navarro. This is officially a Navarro hatred zone. I love how I would be significantly more likely to use kidneys if he wasn't called Kidneys. This is what happens when you name Pokemon stupid things. I'm less likely to care about them. I think we've officially kind of reached the point where we would have lost stuff if we were going to lose things. So we might actually get a Deathless Yellow run. Which is crazy. Trying to fit the name to the Pokemon. Exactly. Exactly. Alucard the Zubat at least makes sense. God, I wish Zubat wasn't terrible in Gen 1. Don't care about kidneys. I actually have a friend who... Okay, that poison could be really bad. I don't have an antidote. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, I have a friend who has 3 kidneys. They were just born with 3. More 2.5, but still. I think I'll make it back. Well, no, we'll definitely make it back. You know, I don't want to mess with your rap shenanigans. They have the kidney monopoly? True. Why though? Does the sleep counter... Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if it still advanced while you were wrapped. Although that would have been so whack that there would have been no way I hadn't heard about that. Wrap sleep powder, this Bellsprout is evil. They don't really combine. Wrap poison powder is much worse. Wrap sleep powder, they don't really work together very well. Can you imagine it in doubles though? Imagine a Gen 1 doubles meta. Right, do I actually have an antidote? No, let's just go back then. Good job, you succeeded in wasting my time, random lass. Fun fact, Pokemon Yellow is just slower than Red and Blue. And Medulla's my favorite meta. Well, that's why I said, can you imagine it not, like... That's a thing that exists. There's absolutely no way I'm still rocking with Eradicate. Like, I'm asking for death. Mine should be my favorite Gen 1 ground move. Okay, there's a few moves that are introduced in Generations that I don't think people realise they were introduced in. But Magnitude is not one I've ever heard of anyone thinking is in Gen 1. Although it's not actually learned by any Gen 2 Pokemon. I believe it's the only move like that that's not a signature move, but it was introduced in a generation where no Pokemon from that gen can learn it. Ah, god, it's free. Just forget Gen 2 exists. Valid. Oh look, Shadow Ball! Right, what is it in Gen 1? Look at this crap! Like, they only put like 48 moves in TMs and they put Teleport in? Gen 2 is even worse! In Gen 2, Harden and Defense Curl are separate TMs, and one's in the post-game. Honestly, my absolute favourite thing about Gen 2 TMs is just how bad like they all are. Like, genuinely. Gen 1 TMs aren't much better, to be fair, but they are better, which is weird. Like, Gen 1 just has a lot of funky TMs that you're like, oh yeah, that's really nice. And they give you Ice Beam super early on. And obviously we already have Thunderbolt. Teleport has some merit. You could literally get an Abra. Yeah, exactly! Okay. I think my 2 favourite Gen 1 TMs, I think I'm gonna have to give it to, well, first of all, Dragon Rage is an easy, like, congratulations. Yeah, Blizzard is really good in Gen 1. It's not even fair how unbalanced Blizzard is. Isn't Payday a TM? Yeah, I'm here for that. Like, honestly, what a funky TM. STMs are all obtained and selling on the rooftop. Yeah, hard agree. No, I already have one of those, actually. Mine is much larger, though. But yeah, no, Dragon Rage TM in Gen 1 is just learned by the weirdest things. Like, it's got this tiny little pool of Pokemon that can learn it. You know, like Gyarados, yeah, sure, that makes sense. You know, Dragonite, yeah, I get it. Charizard, okay, sure. Lapras, bit of a stretch, but alright, sure, why not? Aerodactyl makes sense to me. Growlithe. Yeah, Tri-Attack, it's just a shame hardly anything learns it. Basically the only Pokemon that actually wants it is Doduo. I was about to be so upset. See, were I smarter, I would just take this opportunity to say goodbye to Pikachu. But I'm not going to do that. So what do we call him? Magnemite? Oh, meow! Look at that sick sprite. That's clearly a Magnemite. The only world in which we use this... Sure. Sure, Kuklum. We might as well call it Dibzibs. It's fun to say, but what does it mean? Dibzibs. Welcome in, Kuklum. How are you today? To be fair, will I ever click Thunder? You know, like, that's the real question. I feel like we get rid of Growl. Like, I will never click Thunder. I don't need the space for it. Dibzib sounds like it could be a Pokemon. Well, it is one now. Dibzibs. We actually haven't used Navaru once, so yeah, maybe he should lead for a bit. Zips. Is that just an I don't know to how are you today? Cause like, big mood to be honest. Isn't this the guy with the Slowpoke that killed my Pikachu the first run? Yeah, he absolutely is. Oh, I don't know what Dibzibs means? Okay, okay. Valid. A sick, like, 78 hit KO there, Navaru. Don't disable bite. Why? Pika! But I believe in you. Unfortunately, Naviru is disabled. I don't want to say anything right now. Oh, but I will comment on... I never talked about my favourite Gen 1 TM. My favourite Gen 1 TM is Soft Boiled. Because it is learned by Chansey. That's it. Chansey is the only Pokemon that can learn it, apart from Mew, who learns every TM. It's just Chansey. It's a signature move in TM form. Why? Because Chansey doesn't learn it by level up. You can only teach Soft Boil to one Chansey. You're gonna have Oddish, aren't you? Actually, kind of worried. It's Oddish is fine. If it's Bellsprout, I'm scared. Okay, cool. Because if we get poisoned in here, that's a bad time. Chansey was just obtained at the Safari Zone. Look. You could also get Chansey in Cerulean Cave. It's because Chansey's broken in this game. But, like, that doesn't help! I just wish I knew the logic behind doing that. Also, I really don't mind being paralyzed because it means I can't be poisoned, so it's whatever. It won't even cut my speed. In future fights, I believe. I believe it'll only cut my speed in this fight. Like the one where I actually got paralyzed. Chansey sucks? It does not! Chansey's really good in this game. Pretty much the entire meta of Gen 1 revolves around Chansey, Tauros, and Snorlax, and if you don't have all three of them on your team, you're not really playing seriously. There's a lot in this game that makes me question the logic of the game designers. Well, apparently this game was, like, not designed for PvP, right? Like, it was designed entirely around PvE, and it was a request from Nintendo that they add it in pretty late. So that's why things aren't balanced in the slightest, because they weren't supposed to be. Hi Lottie, how are you? I am... That's what I said the other day. I'm doing fine. I'm alright. I'm less tired than I was yesterday, definitely. And let me tell you, I may be a little bit bored of yellow again and again and again, but I actually much rather go back to yellow. Every time I look at that Kecleon and Synchronoise, I'm like, oh. So I'm gonna Synchronize, huh? Perfectly viable move. Yeah, if you're insane. Lesser two evils. Look, Gen 1, like, okay, it's a broken mess. But I do love it. You know? I feel like that's a fairly universal opinion. It just occurred to me that I've been running away from every Pokemon, and I've not been paying attention to if they've all been Zubat. So now I don't know if I can even catch this. Alright, no Pokemon for us in Rock Tunnel. Because I zoned out. Even though I'm pretty sure that Machop was legitimate. I don't want to cheat. I would attempt something like this, but I suck at Nuzlockes. And but all Zubats? So do I, but... You know, Machop's really bad in Gen 1. It changes nothing. It changes nothing. If I ever had to use that on my team, we'd already lost. Real talk. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't exactly consider myself the Nuzlocke queen. But, like, most of my bad luck here has been bad luck. Most of my losses and such. I feel like I've not actually made very many misplays, and the ones I have, I kinda got away with. Oops. Well, Nuzlocke Queen, just the insane challenges one. Yeah, I'm not too sure there are many people in the world that have my patience when it comes to things like the metronome only run. And the fact that the synchronized run is... Synchronized run is breaking me down. I hope that exemplifies just how bad it is, and how much you should not do that. When I lose my best mon to an optional battle, I just give up. See, I've done many a Nuzlocke in my life, right? But I've not actually Nuzlocked and beaten every game in the series. I have, funnily enough, never Nuzlocked and beaten Emerald, which is almost it though. Oh my god, this cave just keeps going. It actually never ends. It actually never ends. Why would you leave twigs in a cave? Where are you gonna get them? Just carry around an entire backpack of twigs? Spring string! Use rocks! But no, I think the time that changed me was the time I was doing a platinum Nuzlocke. And this was like my starter died to a critical hit from a Geodude when I switched it in. Like my Prinplup, I switched it in to take out the Geodude. Critical hit, self-destruct. And it was just like, I really wanted to flick that power button and just pretend it hadn't happened. And just go about my day, because like, no one was watching me. No one knew. I was just sitting as a child playing a video game. But I didn't do it, and it took me a long time of mulling over before I was like, no. Because then, what's any of this for? And I managed to win that run. And that was like my first Nuzlocke win. Apart from the one in Crystal, it was just... Crystal's just so boring. But yeah, and I'm kind of proud of myself for that. Really enjoyed the present vid. Thank you very much. As I said before, I worked very hard on it. Like, in terms of absolute crunching myself. I had 12 days to make that. To write the script, to record it, to edit everything together. Because I took so long making my previous video, and I wanted to get it out on Christmas Day. I only had 12 days, and draw the thumbnail. I only had 12 days for it, and that is not very long for someone like me who has no idea how to make these sorts of things. And you know, the current video I'm working on has been in the works for about 3 months now. I will actually get to work on it very soon though, because I've been re-inspired by... honestly, by people like you coming into chat and saying things like that to me. It's very encouraging. I am currently, unfortunately, working on something else that requires all of my time. But then after that, I'm gonna get right on it. Okay, we're almost done. Oh my goodness. We love encouragement? We do. Encouragement makes me happy. Like I said before, right, I feel like I've really accomplished something here. When I've put something out into the world and people are like, I enjoyed that. You know, that was... I could have spent many ways. I could have spent my time in many ways, and I chose to watch this, and I don't regret it. And it's like... hey. I would love to make a video on the Genlocke in some way, but I've been trying to figure out how I would ever do that. I mean, first of all, I suppose we have to see if I win. Okay, I think this is the exit. Right? It should be. If it's not the exit, it should be the exit. That'll be in the Genlocke, take all the streams and shove it into a video while talking about it. Yeah, but Griff, I don't want to make more videos that are 1200 hours long. Like I've said, that's what was really burning me out about this current one, is that it's like, it's definitely going to be like over an hour long. It took me forever to trim it from an hour and a half down to I think an hour and 10 minutes or so is what it's at just now. Theoretically, just with the voice clips. And it's like, that's just too long. Like, if that showed up in my recommendeds, I would not click on it. And my goal is generally to try and make videos that appeal to me. Because I feel like if I'm making a video that appeals to me, then, like if I would want to watch my videos, that's good. You know? Like, that's a good start. Okay, we will not be catching a Ghastly. Because I'm really lazy and I don't want to have to do the rocket hideout, so forgive me. That's a good way of going about content creating. Thank you. Like, yeah, that's very much the goal. It's like, I want to make something that I would see and be like, oh, I'm interested in that. Or at the very least, something that's short enough that I'd be like, oh, go on, I'll give that a try. It's rather unfortunate that, you know, quite a lot of the challenge ones I do end up being on the longer side because, well, have you seen them? Like, synchronize takes a while. I love this track. I used to hum it to myself in primary school when I was small. Now everyone else would be away, playing games with each other, and I'd be sat in the corner, humming that track. The exact opposite, I love a long video that I can like eat a meal to. See, that's the thing, maybe I need to just, like, I think I need to just make it, right? And if it does, it does. Start a video this Genlocke with a hope of the positive tone, cut to 2 restarts later. I planned on starting it as though this is the first run, and being like, oh, we take our starter, Pikachu, and then cutting to Pikachu's death, and being like, we take our starter, Sparky, and then cutting to Sparky's death, and being like, we take our starter, Thorin. I'm just getting more and more exasperated as it goes through, but you can also see that these are happening in different games. Actually, Sparky never died. I still have that save. I'll just make Sparky die for the sake of the joke. It's fine. It's what Sparky would have wanted, I think. Sparky craves death. Okay, level 32 for this gym. This is wild, by the way. We are like we're like an hour and a half faster than my usual attempts at this. I'm just going. Like, I'm just like, no, get it done. Just focus. There is no joy to be had today. Only pure grind. I'm really proud of Bean Bean for making it as far as he did, by the way. Like, that is wild to me. I'm not really proud of Anchor, because he's not actually done anything. Hydrate? Sure, I need to refill my water anyway. So I might take a small break after we've done this, Rick Andy thing. I'll go away, I'll go to the bathroom, I'll refill my water. Streamer maintenance and memory of Sparky? Look, okay, Sparky died by technicality, okay? Like, I died. So what matters is that Sparky died too. Withdraw is kind of cool, because Gen 1's a broken mess. So Withdraw actually gives you boosts to way more stats than you'd expect it should. Oh shoot, after that Hydrate, I don't know if I'm actually going to make it through the rare candiness. Oh, Onion needs to evolve as well. No, no, don't let Razor Leaf now! Oh, it's another time! Oh, 32, 32! Let's go! Actually, it occurs to me I shouldn't be going to 32 already. We haven't even gone through Erica's gym. Oops. Okay. I'll take the small break here. This is Pyro's fault, never forget. I will be back in a couple minutes. You know, get yourself a water, walk around, look after yourself. Did we lose someone? Gosh, I hope everyone's still alive. Okay. Oh yeah, rare candy hell. Oh yeah, I was not going to do Devilio. I want to find the proper way into Erica's gym first. Like I want to clear out a path. Am I dead? I can't answer that for you, Orpheus, presuming it's a metaphysical question. You could be. What am I supposed to use that on? Like, what specifically am I supposed to... You're gone so long? I was gone like 2 minutes. I swear, like... So there's a running joke that every time I'm gone for longer and longer and longer. It's like, I know I was not gone for very long. You know, I'm a speedrunner at heart. Okay, so I want to go around the side. I think we only have to fight one trainer with an execute. I actually didn't need to fight you. Don't poison me. Just don't. Time is a social construct. True, though. Not the poison powder wraps! I just kind of have to deal with it too. And Toxic Wrap would actually be a fun strat on your own Bellsprout. Never occurred to me to try that, because I'm not the scum of the earth. I have potions. And I'm not likely to use them after this point. So I'm actually just gonna do something really stupid here. And just try and beat the next trainer anyway. Like, let's add a little excitement to our lives. That's all of our hobbies. We're in a gym. You don't walk up to someone in the actual muscle gym and go, my hobby is weightlifting. Yeah, how's it going? Hello, Kyler. Welcome in. It's going fast. I'm in preparation for badge number 4 right here, and honestly, this game just gets faster after this point. This is like the slowest part, because after this you have to do Silph-Co, which sucks. And then you're basically done. Oh no, not Barrage! I'll be honest, I hate that they got rid of Barrage. I wish they'd put it on more Pokemon. But just like things that fit Barrage. Which, thinking about it, is like Dugtrio and nothing else. But Barrage is such a cool idea for a move. Like, it's Execute's version of Tackle, but it's multi-hit, because Execute, it doesn't just tackle. It barrages you. And I forget what move Mirage is. I do not... Orpheus, my pronunciation is much better than you make it out to be. But yeah, Kyler would go in deathless so far. How are you? Today. I should probably go get Fly, huh? I don't want to though, for reasons. It's awesome you're smooth sailing. Yeah, as soon as you're... I kind of said the same, right? Like, once I'm deathless at this point in the game... It's just... 40 HP still. Let's just check on that hubris right there. Yeah, once you're deathless at this point in the game, I'm unlikely to lose anyone at this stage, I feel. Been good, just got home from doing some Fennekin Community. I actually went out for that earlier. For me, it was quite a while ago now, because they try and put them at like the midday. Three shinies. That's a nice amount. Our chick rated community day like forever ago. I got 2 shinies and they were the last 2 encounters of the day. But it's like, thank god I got any. Oh yeah, we only have Erica left. Should probably go and grab rock slide and stuff, huh? One shiny that was almost a hundo. You know what though? That's close enough. Like, if it at least had a 15 in attack, it's basically the same. It goes from 3 to 5, it's 4 for me right now. I can't actually remember what time it was today. It ended at 5, but there's no way it started at 3, right? That's wild. No, none of these have anything good. Is it till 4:30? We've got 4 shinies till the end. Wow, okay, way to just flex on all of us normal people with normal luck. Two to 5. Yeah, I thought it was, yeah, it's 3 hours. It's bad, but it's not 2 hour bad. I started 2. Okay. Okay, good. Yay! Fresh water! Who reacts like that to fresh water? I'm gonna have 10, my mum got 3 back to back. Nice. That's not why I always give the lemonade. Try attack is... I don't need that. We'll slap Ice Beam on Blastoise, because I'm very unlikely to regret... Sorry, you're not a Blastoise yet. Very unlikely to regret that. I guess this is goodbye to water gun. Only got 10? Oh, how awful. Been a minute since I played Gen 1. Gen 1 is wild. The other things in Gen 1 that you're like, really? That's how that worked? Should have said the only. I mean, only 10? It's been a while since I've done a community, like, properly. I feel like 10's a lot. Although I generally, think about it, I did generally get like 5 or 6. Okay, 32 for Charmeleon. Nope, that's the wrong direction. Only 1 to 3, so I can have 1 of each. Yeah, that's always the goal. I was lucky enough at the time to be doing Beldum Community Day all those years ago with someone else, so I was able to get a lucky shiny one. Wild to me that lucky Pokemon are that old. Actually, wait, who do I want to bring? Devilio easily. Kidneys, why not, right? Onion for cut to actually get in, and I guess Bean Bean. She does have 4 Pokemon, right? Shit, I'm trying to remember her Pokemon. She might only have 3. I'm gonna check on that one. I think she only has 3. It feels like she should have 4, but I don't actually think she does. No, she only has 3. So, okay. Sorry, Bean Bean. Honestly, Bean Bean's better than Onion. Let's just go with it. Onion's a better switch in. Onion can't really do anything back. And I don't need a switch in this fight. Honestly, there was a temptation to bring Navaru. Actually, no, I take it back. I want the switch in. I really do. I think it's better to have the switch in. And the most I've ever had was 5. That Pika was so cursed. The Pikachu cries are wild. I always go the wrong way, every time. But yeah, no, we very much love deep fried Pikachu. Pika! I won't lie, only having Ember here stresses me out massively. Like, starting to wish I taught Ice Beam to Kidneys, but I don't want to keep Kidneys forever, so... Let's see how it goes again. Why save? Why bother? Like, she's really bad in yellow. Why am I scared? She sucks in yellow. Like, she's genuinely terrible here. But I would be a lot happier if I had Flamethrower. Speaking of things that suck, nice Constrict. That's probably the most damage anyone's ever seen Constrict do, ever. Or... It didn't even want to do it again. It was too scared. It knew it was too much. Constrict is just so bad. To put Constrict into perspective, it has 10 base power. 10. I'll also be happy to have had a Flamethrower. Thank you for that, Pyromaniac. That's a crit. I don't actually know if another Ember takes it out from here. Well, I guess we needed the switch in after all, eh? Actually, wait. It's using acid. I was so much better off. Whatever. Right, that did so much for not very effective. Yeah, let's switch. What am I thinking? I had that coming. I completely deserved that. Not Razor Leaf. No. No! You didn't wake up. Okay. Okay. It's fine. You were given a chance by God, Kidneys. Well, at least this one doesn't KO. Okay, we now need to win with Onion and Cut. This went south very fast, and it's completely my fault. Yeah, Cut's not even gonna... Okay, I take the crit, I'll take the crit. Come on, Onion, you can win this. Oh god. Defense failed, that's actually good. That actually might save me. And then the crit, that's so rude. The crit ignored... whatever. Onion's defense failed. Right, this Cut KOs. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? That one critical acid was so bad. Right, Whatever. I should make room for that as well. I totally forgot to. Looks like a win to me. True. I did win. No one can deny that. I almost win flakes. No, I don't think I ever would have lost 2 Pokemon there. What I would have done in a really bad situation is just sack kidneys and then use the switch to switch into Devilio. I would have been able to take the win. I never lost that fight. I always go the wrong way. I just don't know my way through this place. Okay, I'm gonna check the level cap in Silphco because I'm sick of being under-leveled there. Like, no, we're not doing this, okay? What level is the rival? 40! 40! And I always walk in there at like level 33! No, we're not doing this! Hydrate? Oh man, it's there already again? 40? Yep, yeah! Yellow! Right. Let me read out the level caps for the gyms in order in yellow. 12, 21, 28, 32, 50, 50, 54, 55. What? Where did half the game go? Stretch keeps us waiting? Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. I love you too, Pikachu. There's your mon Pokemon, which doesn't make sense. This- no! No! That's specific to yellow! Red and blue, 14, 21, 24, 29. Wait, no. It does have 43, 43. No, it's still a huge jump. But it's only never mind. It's still bad. Still bad. It is a Gen 1 thing. I thought it was a yellow thing. It wasn't. I'm almost out of rare candies, right? Yeah. Dutty's PC. So I wanted to pause a bunch of absolute garbage, like this is Bide, get it out. This is the moon. Why do I have 2? Don't Fossil can go. I literally don't even know what that is. I'll sell the nugget. Game 45 is Whirlwind. Or something. Oh no, it's a Thunder Wave. Team 28 I will keep because Dig is a good move. Like, it's a really good move. We have Cut on a Pokemon. We have Flash on a Pokemon. Team 24 is Whirlwind, maybe? I don't know. But I've lost track of what these TMs are. No, this is Tri-Attack. It can be stored. Team 30, I remember it being garbage. Because I made fun of it. And I was like, that's what started the whole rant about how the TMs in this game are just awful. And then we want to draw 60, which... Actually, no, I had 11, I just wrote down 19, so I want to draw 69. Yeah, okay. And out of sheer laziness, we're just going to go up to level 36 on everyone. And I do mean sheer laziness. Slash is alright. Because the reason we're doing this is so Devilio can learn Fly. Seems like I have to leave earlier than expected. Sad to hear it, Pyro. Is there a forest not burning that requires your attention? Are there nearby children not on fire? Might return for maintenance once more. Oh, great. Good to know I'm not safe. Have a good stream, have fun, and good luck. Thank you, thank you. I will. I don't burn children. What an interesting message. Even ignoring the one that follows it up. That's where the joke actually slides in. Just, I don't burn children. It's not like I'm evil or anything. Fair. But yeah, I literally just am leveling up to 36 right now because I have to level up to 40 anyway in the future. And I want fly. See ya. See ya, Pyro. Have a good day. Are those axolotls? I love those things. Thank you for the 5 bits, Pyro. A classic, like, good night 5 bits from Pyro. Burning axolotls? True. Actually, now that I think about it. Level 33 Pikachu learns agility. I'm just saying, Ash was maybe over leveling a bit. Like, he could have just caught a Diglett. So in the episode actually where he fights Lieutenant Surge, there's like all the Pokemon in the Pokemon Center who have been like injured badly by his Raichu. And I just remember one of them being a Pidgey and it's just like, kid, what did you think was gonna happen? So yeah, I want to buy Fly, and I also... Wait, no, I don't want to buy Fly. I want to get Fly. While I'm here, I don't remember which floor it's on. Top weight items for trainers, Trainers Market. I don't think it's Trainers Market. I think it's the 4th floor. It's probably Trainers Market. Nope. Pokédoll. Don't worry about what I need a Pokédoll for. You know, don't worry about that. Well, I'm sure someone's gonna deal with Giovanni. Don't worry about that. It'll be fine. These things always work out, you know? Soon, my sleeping friend. Soon. Like in both previous attempts, I tried my best to catch a Doduo. What train is going past at 10:30? Man, they're all just such good moves. Okay. Oh yeah, I actually need to fight trainers in here. I don't know why I always forget that. Oh. Oh. I kinda forgot about this fight. I'll be real. They don't look dead. I've had no deaths. Thank you for noticing. Very kind of you. Okay, you do still open with Firo. If I'd known that, I was done. I'm so sorry. I forgot all about you. I didn't mean it. I promise. And I wonder if that'll do 20 damage. Wild. It's so strange to me that Sonic Boom and Dragon Rage and stuff have all existed since Gen 1. Like, I don't know, they don't feel like Gen 1 material. We have a potential Ghastly leaver. I'm so sorry, we won't be catching a Ghastly. Because Ghastly won't be the first encounter we find here. The first encounter we find here will be Ghost. Still an Eevee? I thought it evolved in this fight. I guess it doesn't evolve yet. I'm pretty sure he makes it a Flareon, so... What? Ah, oh, Cubone, sick! Good for you. Cool. Good story. Wish I could catch a Cubone. But I am far too lazy. Ghastly is just not worth the trip around the Team Rocket headquarters. So, yep, ghost time. Darn! The ghost can't be ID'd! Thanks to the miracles of colour, we will actually know if we encounter a Cubone in here. I think in my head, I don't have anything good to hit Ghastly with this time. Just gonna have to hit it with slow bubble beams. Nightshade's a bit tedious, but oh well. Oh no, it's hitting me with the strongest ghost move. And what even is Gen 1? Yeah, when I say Ghastly's just not worth it, that's the kind of thing I mean. You know, what is the point? I don't want to have to run Nightshade unironically. Just eats all your TMs. Are you scared, Pikachu? Aww. This tower is way too tall for the fact that you don't even know you won't be able to get through it the first time. I can't believe I forgot all about the rival fight though. I feel kinda bad, but also, like... You know. That guy's kind of awful. Pikachu! Pikachu! You're blocking me! See, walking through Pikachu isn't as simple as just pressing, like, into the direction it is. It is an obstacle, and you have to walk through it after you've turned to face that way. Do you feel safe in the Purified Protected Zone? I don't know how purified and protected it really is. Oh yeah, I didn't sell my first one. Oops. It just screamed. I mean, you'd scream too if you were a tiny defenseless mouse in a world full of monsters, you know? There's actually an option in the randomizer, which... like, I have to use the randomizer to enable impossible evolutions. And why wouldn't you enable that, right? Like... if I have the option to use a golem, I'd clearly do it. You know, who wouldn't do that? No, I just like turning it on because those are Pokemon I never really got the chance to use ever as a child. God, no one wants to be up front here. I guess Kidneys is best. But there's actually an option to allow the Pikachu to evolve, and I purposely didn't tick it because it just feels wrong to do. Okay, remind me why Kidneys is up front when he can't actually hit ghost types? Yeah, we just leave. Actually, Anchor can probably take a couple of ghosts, weirdly. Does feel wrong? Yeah, I thought so. Like, that's just, it's not right. You know, you can't do that. That's not correct. Pika! Like, even though, you know, I'm allowing, like, just Graveler to evolve at level 37 by level up, I can't let this little Pikachu evolve. That's not how you play yellow. Thanks, I'll add it to the pile. Darn, the ghost can't be ID'd. How wild. Anyway. In my opinion, absolute wildest Gen 1 glitch right there. Easily the worst thing about doing that glitch is that you don't fight Team Rocket in the Team Rocket hideout as a result. By Team Rocket I do mean, you know, these two jokers. I don't regret not fighting the rest of them. When Ember's so bad that I'm unironically using Fly. I always felt like HM should just be a thing that your Pokemon can do. Like, once you get the right to fly, your Pokemon that can in-game learn fly should just be able to fly. I feel like that would just work better than the system we have now. I think we're okay here. It's like, Weezing's not exactly good. Problem solved! Gonna say Weezing's not exactly gonna do anything particularly powerful, but yeah, no, it's not. Looks like we're actually not gonna end up encountering a Cubone. As you can tell, because they keep the palette of the Pokemon that they actually did spawn as. Yep, give me the stick. Give me the magic flute. Oh, thank you. Center's here. Okay. And now Silph Co, my favourite place in the world, in the timeline ever. I keep trying to remember why I'm not catching Snorlax yet, and then I keep reminding myself that it's because I don't have the Master Ball yet. It's like, that's what I'm waiting for. I just need to keep that in my head. Right, Silph Co already, that is wild. But we'll just rare candy, I've went up to 39. I would go to 40, but like, I don't want to over level. This isn't a gym battle, it doesn't have an official level cap. Even if I am a bit afraid, because I don't have anything for Kadabra. Oh well, how bad could it be? But I really don't have anything for Kadabra looking at my team. Although it does only have Psybeam. We're just speeding through. Yeah. Yes, that is exactly the goal. Yellow is just completely undangerous past a point until you reach another point. I would say that other point is around about here, but like, even Sabrina, complete non-issue. Genuinely. Here you go, have that drink. We don't have anything that boosts our special yet. All we're boosting is attack and speed with badge boosts. So not really much is gained. We could potentially leave all of this. This is Silco, right? We could potentially just leave all of this stuff behind. And go and do like Blaine and Koga first, but that feels weird to do. It just shows up the other guards, just a couple of bros sharing one drink. One fresh water, nonetheless. Actually, I don't remember what the fast way through Silco is. Shoot. I started typing out fast way through, and the Google was like, fastest way through customs? It's like, no. Pretty sure it's 5th floor I want to go to though, right? Yeah. Okay, I should have had more faith in myself. I can open a hot one with the boys. A hot bottle of water? Griff, you know not what you say. 5 then 3. Okay. One of them nice toasty bottles of water. Don't drink your water hot. I knew someone who used to. A friend in high school, her mother drank hot water to help her quit drinking coffee. And it's like, that's just gonna help you quit drinking. Like anything. You're not gonna want to consume anything at all after that. Boom! Griff, any chance you remember what floors Swords Dance and Earthquake are on? Just off the top of your head. So I can just knock those out rapidly once we're done here. And then down. Yeah. Off the top of my head I can check if you want. I mean, I can check too, but it's up to you. If that's fine with you. Let's me be lazy. Look at this guy with this level 20 Eradicate. Completely making it so that you have no idea what level blue is going to be at the end of this place. Body Slam will take it out in 2 hits, right? Yeah. Oh, the paralysis. Okay, I mean, the paralysis didn't help, but like, made me feel good about life. Should really use double click against Eradicate. It will never not be wild to me how quickly you can actually get through this place. Earthquake on floor 10, Swords Dance floor 7. Okay, thank you. I remember floor 7, I didn't remember floor 10. And I certainly don't remember what was there. Okay, I think I do just want to hold my kidneys. Tempted to teach Kidney's Rock Slide. None of my final team have a plan for Rock Slide, and it will help out, potentially. But will it? Actually, will it, though? I don't think it does. What kept you, Lutty? Why is he here? Like, I'm fighting terrorists. What do you mean it slowed me down? We last saw each other 5 minutes ago. 0, 4, 5, get the car, go to floor 3, do the thing, then start at floor 11 and go down. Yeah, I cannot be arsed collecting all the items. Every time I see yellow, I try to remember my first team. Oh god, same. Like, I wish such memories are still available to me. It occurs to me that water gun probably does less than body slam at this point. Some vitamins here. Oh, true. I mean, are they... One of them's in the room with Earthquake, though, so it's nice and easy to get. But seriously, why is he doing this? I hate to say anything's out of character for this guy, but this is! I didn't do as much as I kinda hoped it would. Because I know you'll live one Aurora Beam, so I was... Maybe I shouldn't have risked that. I was kinda hoping you'd be able to take it out in 2, but evidently not. Okay, I actually don't have a great switch in for this. Onion's okay. Onion will survive an Aurora Beam despite the super effectiveness. I can then take it out with Razor Leaf. Besides, the Gen 1 AI is psychic anyway, so, like... It was always gonna use Aurora Beam right there. Because I switched on Onion. Whereas if I switched on someone else, it might have used, like, Surf. Try Rival, if you never win it with Beam stopping Team Rocket and getting the glory. True. Magneton can't do jack. Why are you sending that in? I figured out. I want to get something in for Kadabra, but I don't think I can. It depends on what Magneton uses. If it just uses Sonic Boom, Leech Seed is the right play here. Because I want to restore all my health, but it means I can weaken it just a little bit. Tackle. Just a little bit. Well, the rivals want to help join us and get the participation award. I mean, I'd much rather that they're involved in the plot. I'm not saying they always do a good job with it, but like, Blue is just a complete antagonist. Feels very unnecessary. Alright, Bean Bean, it's time for your finest hour. Sick finest hour. Also, potions? What? Regular ass potion? Okay, Bean Bean's finest hour. A round of applause for Bean Bean, please. We bean those! Raticate can learn Swords Dance. Should we just keep Bean Bean? Why bother with Charizard, am I right? Yep, Lapras time. Okay, we need a name for Lapras. Now, this Lapras will be actually important and staying with us. This Lapras is joining the team. Right grip to Bean Bean, I know. The Lapras is just too good to pass up on. Thunderbolt, Psychic, Ice Beam, Surf, ridiculous coverage. Carry. Can we at least spell carry with the IE? Magic? What are these, like... The first one we called Mercy, why do they all have to be like 5-letter... 2-syllable names? Mercy is like a combination of magic and carry if you squint. Carry, sure, go for it. You know carry is like absolutely gonna be male. Like the odds of getting a female Pokemon into Gen 2 is not easy. Tuna water! If this wasn't a Pokemon I cared about deeply. I don't think I could do that. I think I'd see that follower count drop by 1 instantly the second I hit the ED button. Tuna water is gold? No, I can't. I can't. Oh, cash instead of carry. Ah. Oh, Schmike, you were... Ah. You were just too slow. Too lagged? That is tragic. Oh god, we have to fight these guys again? I just fought them. Alright, well depending on how this goes, we might need to go back. In fact, we definitely need to go back. I can do the next one. All the favors say aye. Alright, Schmike, you've got time. You've got to think up a name for Snorlax. The pressure is on. Griff agrees with himself that that's the tackle. Oh, I wish I had Surf. We expect literally the best. The stage is yours. I love how this is our first time seeing Giovanni, by the way. This is our first time coming across Boss Rocket. Doesn't just happen. Sorry, the people have spoken. Yeah, I don't know, I kinda wanna go back and heal. Lottie. It just happens, I don't really went well. Yeah, I mean, you really have to come with cash because you were playing off of other people, you know? Coming up with a name on yourself is on your own is just much harder. That's not a ground type. Do you have any idea how inconvenient it is for me that that's not a ground type? Bruh. Right, well maybe I'll get the freeze. Actually, Bubble Beam's stronger than Ice Beam, so it should KO from here. Ugh. World's best guard spec. Snorlax, a lazy, hungry, massive pile of lard. Griff, I know what you're going for. No, we're not naming it after you. I know you will. I know what you're gonna say. Why are you using these guard specs? Yeah, I kinda knew I didn't need to heal. And then Rhyhorn just gets blurred. What's his final Pokemon? Nidoqueen, maybe? I always thought it was cool how Giovanni used, ground types. Like, it's not what you expect. You expect him to use, like, poison types or something. I know his name's Giovanni, right? And, you know, like, Gio. It's actually Giovanni, but still. Like, I always thought it was neat that the boss of the evil team uses like such a random type. My dad is the Snorlax, he's also lazy and eats whatever he gets in front of him. I mean, you know, isn't that how we all want to live our lives? I mean, Charmless? We're supposed to actually like our Pokemon? Sorry, I was trying to pronounce it like Charmlay, like he insists, but it's like, I should just say Charmless. I saved self, it was me, I did it. I did it, I saved self. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there have to be Dragon Quest references that would suit Snorlax quite well. Silver wasn't doing something like Charmless. I mean, he's Silver. Charles with an A in the middle. Charms. And how do you do that without sounding like you're trying to eat an orange at the same time? It's not really an orange, it's an entire beetroot. Okay, this is Swords Dance, if I recall correctly. Oh, it's over there. In that case, I think it might be Earthquake. Carbos, we like. Probably put that on Lapras. Okay, does it matter? True. We do like a beetroot. Yeah, that was a rare candy, right? Yeah. Now here you go, Charizard. Trying to remember who Charizard was. I was like, where's Rathalos? Where has he gone? I hate getting rid of Slash in this situation, but oh well. You can learn Earthquake? Yeah? Every starter can learn Earthquake up to Serpedier. Serpedier was the first starter that couldn't learn it. What's our intended Snorlax moveset? Amnesia, Rest, Body Slam, Blizzard. Probably sounds wild if you're not acquainted with Gen 1. Serpedier with the aggressive nerfs. I don't know why it was the first starter that couldn't learn Earthquake, but like I can totally see neither Greninja nor Delphox getting it, so it kind of makes sense. But then again, Sceptile does, so eh. The main thing we like Charizard for is just Swords Dance Earthquake spam. Let's just all be real to ourselves here. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Say goodbye to Nidoking and Raticate. They served us surprisingly well. Like, big salutes to Raticate. Never thought I'd see the day. Okay, so we actually need to fight Koga before Sabrina. Which is fine, because we just taught Earthquake. However, the level gap is so ridiculous that we want to hit like 45 before Koga, even though we just did a huge jump from 32 to 39. Because game design. But that's like the last big gap, so... Alright, goodbye kidneys and Bean Bean. I told you, all the beans! The bean puns is what killed those guys. You're level 15? Carry! Sick moveset. Alright, let me just check something real quick. Actually, let me save first. I never feel comfortable going into menus without saving. I'm just checking the fast forward button. Okay. Shift and tab. No, that's not helpful. Can I change it to literally anything else in the world? I can't? Okay. Sing? Fist? Body slam. That's at least a move. Look at me keeping mist, because I'll totally use that ever. That attack is lower than that special. You never know, Caddy could be female. I don't remember what Ice Beam is, but it's somewhere around here. Confuse Ray exists in Gen 1? Okay, that one did get me. That one got me. I did not remember Confuse Ray was a Gen 1 move. Ice Beam! I don't know why it stayed fast forwarding. With Jarvis. I'm not happy with it. Oh. Mike, you gotta believe in yourself. I would actually rather sing than confuse Ray, which is wild. It's kind of irrelevant. I'm about to give it its full moveset in like 10 seconds anyway. Okay, now you're up at 39. What did I say? 45 is what I wanted? Gosh. No, I just got 44 because I'm lazy. Should probably think about Thunder, huh? Yeah, I think I don't want it. I don't think I would ever click it, genuinely. I think a situation where Pikachu is in battle is not a situation where I want to risk anything. Like, Anchor is not here to fight. Anchor is here to take up a team slot. Let's just all be honest with ourselves. Ooh, growth. Wait, that doesn't combine with Razor Leaf at all. But at the same time, you have Growl. Sure. I mean, it's gonna forget that for Sleep Powder eventually. 2, 3, 44. And just now, Navitor. 41. Oh my god, 42. Skull Bash, shame it's terrible. Learn it in your own time. Imagine if I did that at full speed. Okay, so that leaves me with 12, so I want to pick up 87 out of the box. Great. What is PT? Okay, that's probably all the rare candies we'll need. Wild how quickly it comes. Oh, wait. Carry. It's the only other Pokemon that would ever want this is Snorlax. We'll get rid of Sing. A shame about Body Slam, I was so excited about it. If I didn't have Blizzard, I might have gone for Babonga. But Babonga's such a funny name that does it matter that we've gone for Blizzard? Goodbye, Body Slam. I feel weird keeping Water Gun at this stage, but like... I don't want to not have a water move. Even though, like, because we're about to get Surf really soon. This Lapras is stacked, by the way. Look at it having an actually good moveset in Gen 1. I mean, ignore Water Gun. Speed of 70 as well. Oops. I'm really sorry, Mr. Psychic, I did not mean to flash you. Yeah, Pikachu has a speed of 90, but still, speed of 70 is, okay, it's garbage. But still. Why did we get flashed? I accidentally flashed Mr. Psychic. Did not mean it. Poor guy. So we going with Babonga then? I'm not in the right place. Ah, it's close enough. At this point, flying really doesn't help me out. It feels so weird keeping rest on a Pokemon. Like, I'll just be honest with that. I don't know how to feel about that. But I'm doing it, so... Oh. Snorlax, how could you possibly attack me? Whatever will I do against this beast? Anyway. This is it now, by the way. We've now completed my goal team. Now, what I realised as soon as I wrote down my goal team is that this is just Red's team from Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Oops. I guess I know now why he picked those Pokemon. So yeah, we're going with Babonga. I mean, I think, yeah, like, we are. I've got Babonga. Yeah, headbutt. Wait, Snorlax, you do like Body Slam, right? You learn? Oh, thank God. I don't know what I just did, but it did not fast forward. Oh, there we go. There's Body Slam. Hey, you can't learn Harden, you absolute weirdo. What's hard about Snorlax? Look at that beefy HP, oh my god. It's a shame about, all of that. Snorlax has just no defenses in the first game. No, I want to give Carry a go. Sorry, Babonga. I give you false hope. Ah, okay. Ah, sorry. Yeah, another funky Gen 1 moment right there. Why can you just walk onto Cycling Road? They just put you on a bike. I don't have a bike. I never got one. I never even listened to the guy talk about how sexy his Rapidash is. We are making crazy time, considering this took me like 7 to 8 hours to finish the game before. It's only been 4 hours. Alright, this is probably going to be the final actual encounter capture of the run. I'm very excited about it. Is it going to be a Tauros now that I've already used up my body slam to him? Don't do it to me. Okay, the other Tauros appears in this area. Parasect, alright. Sure, that's random. That's random as all hell. It's normally like a Nidoran or something. Yep, that seems about right. If that's not the Safari Zone in a nutshell, I don't know what is. Oh my god! Why is it always Encounter 2 with you? I believe all 3 runs Tauros was Encounter 2. That's just spiteful. This is the wrong way, isn't it? Or is it not? Is it not? Okay, don't think about it. Just let your fingers do the work. I mean, honestly, odds are that I would still the right way, yeah. Remember this being so unforgiving? Should they have this memorized? Yes, but if I think about it, I get it wrong. It's like a week. Gosh. Right, you do not go up there, it's tempting, but you go down here. Actually, Pokemon here's a nightmare getting through it as a joke. It's pretty tight if you don't know where you're actually going, though. Wait, is it the other way around? Does it go up, don't go down? You had to go up, okay. Is Area 1? Look at this guy coming here with "This is Area 1." Ah, well, unfortunately for you, this is Area 1. Is there a Cubone in here? That's wild. Okay, I go up and then down. Is that it? Wait, no, well, you have to go down here. Yes, yes! You go up and then down here. I was like 8 at the time. Yeah, I remember this place being a hellish, endless nightmare. I'm completely with you. That's useless. No? Wait, do I go to the right? I could look up a map, but this is much more entertaining. What do you think, Pikachu? Glad to hear it. Okay. Well, let's go up. Fly Hazy, try later. I mean, to be fair, I hard agree. Griff, I feel lied to. Evidently Pikachu is wrong. Absolutely sabotaged by Griff. What the hell? I need to get up there. How do I get up there? Hello, Ira. Thank you very much for the follow. I love that username. Not through here? Griff, I followed your directions! I followed you! I'd stand me this way and be like, ah, look at this pleb. Right, well I don't think we're making it there in this attempt. So I must need to have not come down here. Yeah, and then go, yes, okay. Hello, Kangaskhan. There isn't an option to retire, if I recall correctly. Yep. You march through the Safari Zone and you like it. You go up there, go around and go left. Okay. See, now I don't know. So I never go down unless down is the only option. Eggs. My personal favourite Gen 1 design is the one that's just some eggs. Love those guys. Imagine being eggs and having that good a time. I mean, I'm referring entirely to the one execute that's smiling, because a lot of them are pretty angry. But the one that's having a good time, it's like, yeah, go on. You go. You go. Like, that is absolute life goals there. If I could be that happy and I was just some eggs, that'd be pretty great. Maybe if your existence was a sentient egg? No, I don't think so. I don't think I'd be able to be that happy if I was an egg. Like, I think that's admirable. This feels right. Which means it's probably wrong. Wait, no, I go down. This is still okay. Shoot. I did this last time! If I fail it again, I'll just get up a map. But I find it hilarious that the first time I did this completely blind. And the second time it took me 2 tries. And this time it feels like it's gonna take me 3. Okay, so this is where I went down before and that was wrong. So I go up, over, and yes, yes! Then up here. No, you see, Griff, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because this is the last time we're ever going to play yellow. So it doesn't matter. Team 40, what trash is that? I'm just gonna do some dumb challenges. Okay, I'm definitely gonna do dumb challenges in Gen 1, don't get me wrong. Probably on Devilio, actually. Maybe Babonga. Nah, probably Devilio. What are those names? They seemed so, like, cool or funny at the time, and now it's like, gosh. Devilio and Babonga, how do we get here? What 3 Genlocke attempts does to a chat. Babonga. Ah, we're fine. Plenty of steps. Full teeth. What is it, Warden? What have you left in your safari zone? Oh, that's actually what TM32 just stayed as. Huh. Oh, finally me. Aren't you getting attempts 1 and 2? Attempt 1. We died to Whitney. And we don't talk about it because... oh my god, what the hell was that? And attempt 2, we died against Drake. In the Emerald Elite Four. And we also don't talk about that because I ran the numbers and everything that happened there resulted in that attempt's loss being 1 in 27,777. Like, just repeating, basically like 0.777. Like, all the misses and all the crits and all the little things that happened, it was really nasty. Actually, maybe I don't want to teach Lapras Surf. Do either of them learn Hydro Pump at a reasonable level as far as the level caps are concerned? Form change? What? Oh, Rotom. Okay, my level up. Blastoise gets it at 52, which is okay, honestly. It's before Gem 8. And Lapras gets it at 46. I'm very tempted by that. Actually, I normally don't ever mess around with Hydro Pump when Surf is right there. Nuzlockes truly are a brutal hobby. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? With everything I just talked about, let's just keep Surf. Yeah, it was... I would go over everything that happened, but it was actually so ridiculous, it was just not even fair. And it's really hard to even sum up most of it. Basically, like, okay, we missed 3 times in a row against an opponent who had used Double Team, and as a result, that Sableye proceeded to weaken my entire team. Then it got a critical hit with Feint Attack on Switch into my one Pokemon that could live 2 Nightshades, and knocked it down to 1 HP below being able to live a Nightshade. It was just full of things like that. It's like, why is everything happening to me here? But yeah, we don't talk about Sheer Cold. Sheer Cold sets me off. It's a shame because Sheer Cold is actually my favourite one-hit KO move. I like it for all the little distinctions it has. Like, it's the only one that's special. It's the only one that wasn't introduced in Gen 1. For a long time, it was the only one that nothing was immune to. But they made it so that ice types are immune to it in Gen 8 onwards. Which, you know, sure would have helped my Lapras out. As a result, we don't give this a quarter anymore. If this seems like a really powerful yellow team, that's because it is. I was giving these games a fair chance for a Genlocke. I was like, yeah, you know, I don't want to go all in. Like, Snorlax feels a bit too powerful to bring to the start of each new game. No. I'm not giving it a chance. Waff woof waff weef! Okay, I didn't let him say waff woof waff weef, so now I feel like I just... whatever. You know he says waff woof waff weef. Naviru, you can have strength. Did you have the space for it? If Onion could learn, I'd teach it to Onion. There we go. Woof 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 woof. Figure out if anyone wants Dig, and I think the only one that can learn it is Babonga. And I would have to get rid of Withdraw, which I don't really want to do. And I'm unlikely to ever use it. I kind of like having it. It potentially allows me to set up. And potential setups are like the best kind. But at the same time, Dig is basically just Earthquake. You're not the right Pokemon. Realistically, will I ever use Withdraw? Thinking about the battles that come ahead, I honestly don't think I will. Yeah, I honestly don't think I ever will do that. I like the idea of having Dig. It's just, it's so nice. The fact that in Gen 1, Dig is just Earthquake in disguise. Because the AI's not gonna switch out. It has 100 base power. Oh, I hate getting rid of Withdraw in Gen 1, but we're gonna do it. Badge Boost Glitch is crazy powerful, but I need an opportunity to set it up, and you just don't get that a lot of the time. Okay, so we'll fight everyone we need to here. You wanted to become a ninja, so what Pokemon have you got, Mr. Ninja? What's your ninja squad? Come on, Mr. Juggler. Uh-huh, yeah, Drowsy, yeah, I see that being a ninja, yeah. Great ninja. Oh no, not Psychic. Immediately on the table. This is like the one fight I kind of wish I had Hydro Pump for, because Hydro Pump would one-shot these Drowsy. Look at the levels of these Drowsy, by the way. What is this? Reminder that the gym leader's ace is level 50. How are you even supposed to play this game? Generation 1, it doesn't need to make sense. It needs to make sense, I'll have you know. Oh, now what of you? Shout out to the fact that Freeze in Gen 1 lasts forever. Can you lead if your mons are about the same? Yeah, but come on. 19 levels higher? 19? It's just these two trainers, right? Yeah, it's just those two. Where did you descend from? I've already answered you. I descended from coal miners. You weren't very interested at the time. Which is presumably why you're asking again. This guy always switches turn 1. I don't know why he does it, but he does. Oh, no, okay. I take it back. This guy usually switches turn 1. Like, Charge Lynch Flamethrower at 46, so 46 is where we want to be, and that's okay, because we were going to 48 here anyway. Yeah, this is the Poison type gem outside of Coven. None of these... Did they... No, someone's got an Arbok, right? Right? They don't all have Psychic types. Is it just all Hypno and Sandslash all the way through? Someone has an Arbok, right? This... In the remake, I believe? No, someone must have an Arbok. Carrie, no! Jessie has Arbok? I mean, yeah, but she's not here. Lottie. Drop my balls! Oh, what a classic line. This is all the trainers you need to fight. I just need to be careful now on the way out. Okay, so we're going up to 48. I've already not paid attention to how many Pokemon he has. Is it 4? 4 feels right. Is it 4? 4? It's probably 4. I think it's 4. Pretty sure it's 4. Yeah, it was 4? Yeah, 4. See, I told you you had 4. Should have trusted me. No, I'm sorry, I already decided against Hydro Pump carry. It's just... Oh wait, I do want Flamethrower. Yeah, that's 4 with the Nerdemo. I asked! Had a tap per grip for that? But Yellow's his least creative team, given it's 4 of the same Pokemon, so one was evolved. Hey, his Yellow team is amazing, and I totally will not just hit Flamethrower 4 times and win. I promise. Might even take 5 times. Come on, Anchor. Level up. Kabonga. Oh, Double Edge. No, Double Edge is hot trash in Gen 1, actually. And now just Navado. Poison's not weak to fire. Okay, so I want Davidio, Carry, Babonga, and Navado. I would bring Anchor for the memes, but I won't. Venomoth is electric flying? Why are you trying to convince me things that aren't true? Goodbye, Anchor. If you wanted to come with me, you should have been good. You know the reference? Do I? You can't just say I know the reference and make it true. I actually had to think for a second about what the 7th gym was. Blaine sucks. You know Scott's Thoughts? The dude that does solo runs of Gen 1? Scott's Thoughts? The dude that does solo runs of Gen 1 is J-Rose11. Who the hell's Scott's Thoughts? So on the one hand, this is a terrible gym battle. And on the other hand, this is probably the strongest 5th gym ever. Just ignore what's happening on screen right now. I just mean in terms of level. I told you it would take 5. Aw, man, toxic. Be a shame if the battle was about to end and that wouldn't hurt me as a result. Running gag is that Venomoth is a random type. No, I've never heard of this person. I assume that began because Venomoth should be Bug Psychic. Wow, we're 400 years old. That's a really long time. That's like older than America. is a story behind it? I'd hope so. Who does solo Venomoth Realm or Venomoth's type did change? I mean, okay, that would actually be like a kind of a fun challenge. I won't lie. Like that's pretty decent. And the fly menu in Gem 1 always messes with me. When I talk too heavily and my accent comes out. Okay. 48. So we may as well just go to 50 because that is the level cap here. And I will not fight a single trainer in Sabrina's gym because I know how to play the game. Wild, it feels like just 4.5 hours ago we were starting out. These are the fastest I've ever done Yellow. Like, yeah, it's not the fastest you can beat Pokemon Yellow, right? But for a Nuzlocke setting, I think it's pretty good. No level grinding helps? Well, yeah, that's a big part of it. But level grinding would just be maddening in Yellow, because the sheer level that opponents are at, compared to the level that, you know, that the level that your main opponents are at, compared to the actual levels of everything around them. Imagine me actually grinding up to level 50. Take forever. Yeah, no mercy approach to team building. True, I've literally just not even been catching things. Because it's like, nah, if these Pokemon don't make it through, I don't even care. I mean, there's always that backup Eevee, if I need it. Although Flareon is just not Charizard. Jolteon would have been a good replacement for Pikachu. Maybe not now that I've used up the Thunderbolt TM. This is the wildest team I've ever taken to Sabrina ever. Also, yes, I don't know the way through this gym, why do you ask? I know that this works, so it's what I'm doing. Problem solved. Start to go diagonal twice and vertical once. Yeah, but I'm not gonna learn that. By the way, I am just the worst. Figures it hits too, but I... Anchor! Anchor! There we go. Another one off. Okay, we're gonna switch her and then switch back in. Set all those debuffs. Actually, I might not even need to, if we can get off the Swords Dances. But if it hits me with a single flash, I'll just go back. 2 Swords Dances. Can I see Swords Dance number 3? Okay, and we win. Okay, so diagonal twice and vertical once is the shortest path to Sabrina. Okay. So I just want to go vertical and then diagonal twice to get out. Oh, geez, sick gym battle. A shame you didn't account for me. Why would you crit? Why would you do that to me? Okay, whatever. Vertical diagonal. Yeah, I said that! Gosh, Griff, have faith. I can do things backwards in my head. Look, I actually used Pikachu! I always thought it was funny that you get Psychic for free in this town, and she gives you Psywave. We did it! We beat a gym with Pikachu. That is much faster than what I do. There's no Pokemon Center. Palette. So I have to just withdraw my Pokemon here and then fly there. The issue is the longer you go in a deathless run, right? The more you're just like, oh gee, what if something goes wrong? Like, what if I lose to Blaine? I don't know how I would do such a thing, but what if I do? Dollhouse Gym and Gen 6, one of them works in the same way. Huh. Makes sense if it'd have the same layout. Gen 6 really is just Gen 1 again. Lose to Blaine with Lapras and Blastoise? I might! How many Pokemon does Blaine have? I think it's 4. Pretty sure he has the exact same team as he did. Like, I'm pretty sure it's just, like, Ponyta, Growlithe, Rapidash, and, Arcanine. I don't think his team has changed. I think 4, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 4. Come on, Navaru. Why did they even put the Seafoam Islands there? What insane person actually goes through the Seafoam Islands willingly? Who sees the Seafoam Islands and goes, yes, that is what I want to do with my time? Oh, go on, Tentacle. He only has 3 in yellow. Ugh. Man. Now what of me? Hey, Tentacle, you get one more ball and then I just run away, to be quite honest. So what's it gonna be? Do you want to live a life free or do you want to live a life of glory in the box? Okay, good to know. See you in hell. Like, it's weird, I used to actually catch everything I could in Nuzlocke. I just don't care when it comes to this one. Like, it is so irrelevant in Gen 1 to actually bother filling out your box. If you lose, it will be all in one battle. It will not be a slow loss over time. You will just get, like, stalled out by Fire Spin or something. Or, like, a really bad crit. Alright. I'm gonna head off to the bathroom once more. I say once more, it was a couple hours ago. I think I deserve it with how much water Pyro made me drink. But yeah, I'll be back, and then we'll do the Pokemon Mansion, and then we'll fight Blaine. Okay, I'm back. I was actually back before the ad ended. That's crazy. Speedrun at heart. Only thing that bothers me about Blaine is that in the anime had Magmar, it doesn't in the main game series. Yeah, that's because Yellow came out before they'd actually reached this point in the anime. So, you know, they didn't know that Magmar was gonna be, like, not only on Blaine's team, but, like, actually a huge deal in the anime. This is the wrong building. Sorry, Kabuto. Maybe one day, friend. Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll use a fossil. Maybe one day. I should buy repels. Big salutes to Bean Bean. But no, on the subject, more on the subject of how when I was younger, or when I used to catch every Pokemon painstakingly. I also didn't use rare candies or anything like that, because I played differently. I played slowly. Ugh, max repels are not super repels. They're not as worth it. Whatever. I have 2 nuggets. I played more slowly because I wasn't playing for, like, an audience. And the more important part is, I wasn't playing to try and get it done quickly. Like, in this situation, I do actually want to get it done pretty quickly. Because I don't want it to be boring as all hell, and if I take my time with it, there are significantly less stakes as well. Oops. Yes, theoretically the Pokemon would be known better, but that's about it as far as the advantages are concerned. I do not know my way through this place. Like, honestly, this bit of the game for some... where was I going? I don't even know. Calcium, debating if I want that on Snorlax or Lapras. Sorry, was that 85 special? That's kinda high, Snorlax. Like... Damn, though. That's Snorlax's special attack in all games. That's way higher than I've ever given it credit for before. Let's just put it into perspective how bad Pikachu is, yeah? Oh, in that case, who does want that? I think it is Lapras, then. Yours is high too. Oh, I don't even know then. I actually don't know who wants the calcium. For once, no one's really bad for it. I guess we give it to Babonga just for better survival against Alakazam, because he is my switch-in for Alakazam. He doesn't need it for offense, but for defense, I could do worse. But yeah, no, rare candies are actually something I used to scoff at being used in Nuzlocke. Like, oh, so much of the danger comes from the grinding, though. You know, you're skipping out and all that. God, how did I give an iron to? Oh. Hey, Mabonga, don't tell anyone. You're my secret favorite. Okay, go down the one on the right, right? That feels right. Right? Right. I don't think you go down the one on the right, because I don't think you have to fight this guy. I think it's the one on the left. Oh well, we're fighting him now. I think I'm Snorlax Gen 2. I really don't think of all the ramifications. Oh yes. Volcano's just sitting about like, ah, it's a nice day. He has no idea. That's a nice crit, Carry. Carry on Lapras. It occurs to me that the Carry On films are almost definitely very British, thinking about it. Not only are they ancient, and no longer relevant in any of today's society, I do think they're very British. So that, just saying Carry On Lapras might not really be much of a reference in and of itself. Look, I'm trusting it's here. I always get it wrong. I literally always get that wrong. It's actually kinda wild. Who wouldn't? Did they changed those statues to Mewtwo in the remakes, right? That's not something I've made up in my head. I mean, it might be. But it's not, right? Like... Should just trust in my gut. I knew this was the one you fell down. Carbos! The more speed I get into that Lapras, the better. I need as many opportunities to outspeed Lance's Pokemon as I can get. Speed 82. I am not too sure if that's anywhere near enough. Yeah. Where do I want to go? I want to go up there. That's a way out. Okay. Team 14. Blizzard! Here you go, Snorlax. Yeah, like, on the one hand, yeah, we saved Blizzard for way too late to teach it a Snorlax. On the other hand, we haven't used Babonga in battle. I'd actually find it really funny if we never did. Like, if we just have Snorlax, this incredibly good Pokemon, and we just never use it. Like, only in Gen 1 would something like that ever happen. Right, thankfully, because that's where that was, I no longer care about whatever's upstairs, because I'm pretty sure it's just Solar Beam. Actually, Solar Beam might be here. I think it's here somewhere. Pretty much the only fun thing I can tell you about Solar Beam, though, is that Lapras can learn it in Gen 1 only. It doesn't learn it in any other generation. But in Gen 1 exclusively, Lapras is capable of learning Solar Beam via TM. It's not good, but it can learn it. Well, there's Solar Beam. Oh. What are any of these things? What is this? Get out! A world where I teach Skullbash to a Pokemon is not a world I want to live in. Can I dig out of here? Cool. Okay, so if he only has 3 Pokemon, then I feel like the choices are obvious, right? Like, I'm gonna take Carry, Navaru, and whatever Charizard is called. It's in my head. It ends with like EO. See, this was the advantage of when we had a Charizard called Kevin, right? Like, Kevin? I'm gonna remember the name Kevin. It's just Kevin. Wait, can't I? Hold up. This is a thing, right? Ah, I thought that was a thing. Is it in this part? Is that only in red and blue? Tragic if true. No. Ah! You... I remember I got it wrong before, but I couldn't remember why I got it wrong. What? What a stupid question. True or false, Caterpie evolves into Butterfree. It's like, there shouldn't be answers for yes and no. If your true and false question has a grey area, you've messed up. True, false, or neither? Both. Okay, Carry does outspeed Ninetales that are 14 levels lower than her, so clearly I was worried too much. You know, actually, maybe I should just fight every Pokemon in here to give her some stat experience. Like, if I'm worried about her outspeeding Lance's Dragonite, maybe I shouldn't worry about that. You know? I'd have No. There's like a billion at this point. How many are there? Gosh. Everything about that, by the way. Thunder moves, ground element type, I hate it. 58. 60, because there's 10. 68, right? 68 gym battle. 68 gym badges across the series. That's how many I get. I did not read the question. Just, it sounded like it was full of double negatives. It definitely does! Virus against H2O? What a nerd. Alright, to be fair, yeah, yeah, okay, fine, he is actually a bit, yeah. Seems to be rather proud of his nerdiness. This is no ordinary nerd! This is super nerd! Worried about what happens if this run doesn't work? We'll try again one day. Probably. I had an idea that was, that I now don't want to do, but I thought it was kind of cool at the time. When I thought that the second run was going to lose against Whitney, and I was just like, what do I do from here? I had an idea that I could just play a regular hardcore Nuzlocke of each game in the series, up to Y, and then take the champions from each of those teams into Ultra Moon, and just not allow myself to catch anything else in that game. And I know that sounds like it would be way too easy, but oh my god, it would not. But there's still a lot of stress. Because it's like, oh, but you get so many Pokemon in Ultra Moon. It's like, yeah, if I don't suck. But overall, I just don't think I don't think it's as interesting as doing this challenge. It was only something I wanted to do if I didn't think I was good enough for this challenge, which I think I am. Okay, level cap here is 54, but I actually definitely don't want to hit that. Because Giovanni's is only 55. So I reckon we only go up to 52, 53 here. See what carry special is. Yeah, we'll go up to 53. I want that 110. I want that sweet 110. Oh, Hydro Pump. Yeah, bit late, mate. No. No on that front. Big no's from me. That's a no from me. Yeah. 3. 1, 2, 53. Right, there we go. Man, Babonga, sometimes I wonder why you're even here, to be quite honest. Okay, so which of you is the fastest and best here? 92, 99. Has stab. 128, 102. Does not have stab. 87, 111. I think Navaru is probably the best option for this gym. Would have been even better with Withdraw. What do you know? We found an opportunity where I would have used it. Part of me's really tempted to just start with Carry because Carry is not a switch-in due to not resisting fire. Yeah, Anchor. Don't worry, second last time, promise. Yeah, the reason I really want to go to 53... 53 might still be a bit high, I'm worried. I should be fine. My favorite Gen 1 knowledge is the Ghost PC in Celadon City. Yeah, because the hotel is actually just a repurposed Pokemon Center. I keep meaning to actually use that. I like showing off the little Gen 1 quirks whenever I can. Like Griff, he better only have 3 Pokemon. You better be telling the truth. Although, to be fair, if he has 4, it's gonna be like the difference between, you know, like a Ponyta. You know what I mean? There's not gonna be anything threatening missing from his team. Actually, maybe Devilio. If Devilio just Swords Dances and then just Earthquake, Earthquake, Earthquakes, that should just win the fight. So actually, no, that's definitely the way. I swear that's not what I'm trying to do with just every battle, but Charizard doesn't even get Swords Dance again until like Gen 5, so don't worry about it. It's not gonna become a thing. Does he just have 3 fully evolved Pokemon? Okay. I mean, I think we just won. So, whatever. I'm pretty sure that Swords Dance enables us to now outspeed and KO everything. Unless Devilio crits. Yeah, we outsped Rapidash, we're good. I'm slightly afraid of Giovanni's Dugtrio. Like, if it hits me with Fissure, I will riot. Looking for my gift? No. I don't need Fire Blast. Lottie Riot? Lottie Riot, indeed. Wait, I can use Dig in here. I will legitimately be so annoyed though if I get hit with another one-hit KO move. That's 7 badges in under 5 hours. That's pretty good, I think. But what is honestly a fairly casual way of playing this. Like, okay, casual hardcore Nuzlocke, but you know what I mean. I'm trying to envision what a Lottie Riot would be like. It would be the raid sign where I hold up the little raid sign, the raid emote. That, but instead it would say like, you know, ah. To envision how I felt. No, I want to get carry as much stat experience as possible. That's right. Anytime carry can be the opener. Yes, exactly. That's what I say. I say raid Hyatt. Truly talented one with style. How could it equal a backspace? Well, do you realize what happens if this run goes sour? Specifically if it goes sour because of a one-hit KO move. Oh, thanks Rhyhorn for giving me like 35 speed. Very helpful. I guess I was never gonna get anything like good in here. Like stat experience wise. I don't really feel comfortable going up any higher than 54 against Giovanni. Sean dies in Gen 4? No! I'm still so upset that I said Emerald was basically just a formality, because I wasn't worried about it. And I was right! Casual reminder, I was right! Does everyone give him a whip? Yes, it was original. It's part of the envisionment of the original way Pokemon was going to work, is that you were a tamer. You had to tame these wild animals rather than befriending them. So a lot of the trainer sprites still have whips as a result of that. Oh yeah, Griff's answer works too. But no, like Gen 4 should be fine, right? Like, because I'm gonna be real with you. Cynthia sucks, guys. Cynthia sucks. Stop being worried about Cynthia. She sucks entirely because she opens with complete setup bait. Cynthia slander? Yes! I'm sick of seeing her everywhere as this unstoppable force of dread. No! Cynthia sucks! Right, like I could sweep her with like a Charizard. Just go in, use like one Dragon Dance, win. Boom. Problem done, fight done, won. Woohoo. We win. Yay. Yeah, we'll only go up to 54 because Elite Four member 1 is 56. That's only one level higher than Giovanni. Also, Giovanni's ace is Persian. Like, whatever, man. Decided to have Lottie play Renegade Platinum. I actually was interested in Renegade Platinum. I would obviously just play it casually like I did with Radical Red. I have no interest Nuzlocking challenge hacks. I don't think that's what makes them fun. Like, that's not what makes them fun to me. What makes them fun to me is trying to get through with weaker Pokemon. Or just Pokemon I like and have been buffed in some way. And trying to find ways around each battle with the team I have. Actually, Giovanni has 5 Pokemon, right? Pretty sure he's stacked. Yeah, 5. I don't know what they are. Thank God for Bulbapedia allowing you to click show. Renegade Platinum is not Nuzlocke friendly if you haven't gone through it before. Yeah, but neither like any of these games that people will insist on Nuzlocke. I mean, the obvious, like, I know who we're not bringing. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, we definitely start with Devilio. I'll see you on the other side of Vendo, yeah? Has Anchor been used in a battle since we had like 3 badges? He's here for moral support. Every team needs a mascot. I've through it several times. If you like regional farms, you can do Altered Platinum. What is Altered Platinum in terms of difference? The greatest trainer! God, sure thinks big of himself, doesn't he? I hate opening with a flying type because it gives him complete free reign to go into something with a rock move, but I don't want this Doug Trio hitting me with Fissure. Why did you give me the opportunity? Why? Is that the final boss of your run? Yeah, Giovanni is indeed. He is the final boss of this run, but not of this game. Oh no, if he just sends in like Persian, that's such a neat... Oh, why has he done this? It's so tempting to just stay in. But if I crit, it's a bad time. Screech just busts me further, my friend. Trying to get platinum with regional forms like Sinnoh and Trapinch. Were they sprited by the same person or the regional variants for Radical Red? Just don't crit, Devilio, okay? Just don't crit and you're fine. Screech buffs you? Yeah. Everything. Crit didn't even matter. Yeah. So, what I keep also, every time I crit, it negates my Swords Dance and the Screech buff I got. Anytime your stats change in Gen 1... Well, okay, let's go further back. When you beat the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th Gen battles, you get badge boosts. This is in Gens 1, 2, and 3. Right, Rhydon is like the one thing I don't want to stay on, but isn't this his final Pokemon? Yeah. Cool. Switch to Navarro. I don't want to stay on it. I don't want to crit and not KO it. It wasn't just good at Emerald. So what they do is they increase your stats by roughly 1.1 times. It's actually not 1.1 in Gen 1 and 2, but whatever. And every single time you affect your stats again, that increase happens again on your stats. And this resets when you level up in battle. So leveling up in battle is actually bad. But that's why I use Sword Stance against Sabrina. It's not because I don't think I'll... That's why I use 3 of them. It's not because I don't think I'll KO Alakazam with 1 Sword Stance. It's because I want to outspeed it. And that's actually why we fight Koga first, because Koga gives you the badge for speed. I don't want your hot trash. Fissure may be great when you use it, but I'm not using it. Yeah, Badge Boost Glitch reaches some really cool stuff. But a lot of it is either unavailable to me or not feasible for me, unfortunately. Like, I actually got rid of Withdraw on Blastoise. I still regret it. I still regret it. But I would rather have the coverage move than hope I get the opportunity to ever set it up. Because you can't just set up like 1 Withdraw and go crazy, you have to set up a few. And I just don't know if I'll ever feel comfortable with that, given that any unlucky crit of any kind can screw me. Oh shoot, missing a team member, oops. Come on, Anchor. But yeah, the badge boost glitch, honestly, it's a glitch, but it's so cool. It's basically like Ember Burn in terms of likelihood. Yeah. That's a really cursed way of wording it. Because, like, you don't think of Ember Burn as being something that's very likely. But I know exactly what you mean. He starts with Sandslash, so... Honestly, if Caddy's meant to be, she should be able to take out his entire team apart from Alakazam. Was the only glitch Solar Run is allowed because you can't fully control the AI? Yeah. Like, you may as well. Sandslash is such a... like, what the hell kind of lead is that? The only reason it's annoying is because it has Sand Attack. Is Pidgeot also had Sand Attack? Oh no, some eggs! WL is the only game where the glitchless run is TAS only? Oh god! Because you have to make sure that you don't get hit with any badge boost glitch? That is wild. Why would you send them out in that order? What would inspire someone to do that? It's only a Kadabra. I kinda just want to leave Carrie in. Like, imagine if we got the freeze. Is this happening right now? Is this a thing that's happening in front of our screens? He attacked! I'm so proud of him! What the hell was that? Alright, whatever. Okay. To think, this is where we caught that. Kidneys. Kidneys the Nidoran male all that time ago. The game says not really effective, it's very wrong. Yeah, it checks the secondary typing. It's not even the secondary typing, is it? It checks the typings in a list, and it checks like the last one in the list. It's not even as consistent as secondary typing of the Pokemon, it just checks if that's how it's effective against that or not. But only for the damage display, not for the calculation, which is even wilder to me. Like, why are those checked 2 different times? How inefficient. I can't believe we haven't caught anything since we had 4 badges. Like, only in Gen 1. To be fair, I did try and catch that tentacle. Yeah. There is absolutely no way Gen 1 makes sense to people who... Like, I played it while growing up, and I didn't know about half of this. Absolute jank. I sure felt like I got a lot of crits with Razor Leaf. I didn't realise that was because it always crit. I mean, it doesn't always crit, it has a 1 in 256 chance of not critting, if I recall correctly. I'm so insanely busted you can make things happen that the normal human brain can't fathom. Are you trying to reference anything in particular there, Griff? Onion's an okay lead, I think. It was completely incomprehensible even if you do know about it. That's also very true. Max Repel. So my Pokemon are level 54. We need to hit level 65 by the end, so I need 66 rare candies. That's wild. Like, how many natural levels have we actually had in this game? It is not many. Yeah, I'm trying to get... Yeah. I've been spoiled. I'm absolutely spoiled by Gen 2 and 3. I can't get over the fact I just have, like, one of the kings of Gen 1 in my party. And he has not seen battle. I'm so sorry, Babonga. Speedrun for Pokemon Blue 51. This game becomes a glitchy wrench. Yeah, isn't Gengar one of the first Pokemon you catch? Or is that in the glitched speedrun? I can't remember. I know you manipulate it in some way so that you get like a level... was it like a level 0 Gengar in Viridian Forest? And then you level it up once and it becomes level 99? It's something like that. It's been a very long time since I've done any reading on that stuff. Okay, I always get it wrong. I think I want to push it all the way left, otherwise I get the rare candy, right? Ooh, that means it's not rare candy. PP up on Blizzard. Why not? TM43. Right, what is this hot trash that I've just traded away a rare candy for? Ow. Thought it was Nidoking? I know there's a run. There's a way to get... There's a way to get a Gengar. It's the only thing I know about... it's the only thing I know about weird glitch speedruns. That is wild. I've seen a clip of Clefairy and like the first floor of Mount Moon. It's like, that's so close to being right. Well, turns out Onion was the wrong choice after all. Oh, wait. Okay, if all you have is Poison Powder, let's just show off the wackiness of growth. Because growth is actually better in a lot of ways than Amnesia. Because Growth lets you activate the badge boost glitch 6 times, whereas Amnesia only lets you use it 3 times. So if you ever get an opportunity like this where you can just spam a move, I should now just sweep with Cut. Even though Growth only boosted my special, Cut should now take this guy out. What? Why? Ah, whatever. It'd be a lot cooler if it was cooler. You can enter a glitch world if you enter the Safari Zone and fly out. Is that not just a thing? Yeah, like, that's a lot more damage than you should be doing with Cut. But it didn't really show off what I wanted to show off, unfortunately. That's how you get Mew. Kind of, honestly. Why would you miss? Why would you have Ember? Why would you miss twice? Why would you use 2x attacks? It doesn't boost Ember! Yeah, Mute Nugget. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's kind of with Fly, and entering a glitch stays. Like, it's close enough. It's surprisingly accurate, despite being completely wrong. Gem-on level up learn sets. The fact that every trainer uses them, including all of the Elite Four, but at least in Red and Blue, is ridiculous to me. I've done this puzzle like 700 times, and I still feel the need to double check it. Okay, if I recall correctly, the guy coming up has like Machamp and stuff. Okay, cool, I skipped him. You know what, that means it's not worth it, because I already have max potions and full restores in my inventory, so whatever, I don't care what that is. Okay, so we want to go up and push something down. I really don't ever remember my way through here, I just remember I hate this victory road. Okay, so that's a shortcut up the way. That's Moltres over there. So, this is the long one. Okay, here we go. Let me tell you, having to use HMs from the menu is like, just the best. I was gonna get that item, but no, that weirdo can have it. This is gameplay right here. I think it's very important that this takes as long as it does, because otherwise, like, you wouldn't really appreciate it fully, you know? Right, do I want to push it left one more? I believe so. Yes. God, what are these items? I know there's like nothing really available. I guess some of them could be like calciums or proteins or whatever. I wouldn't have space for those. That would be sad to miss out on. So, what does this do? Must unlock something on... because that's Moltres, so it must unlock something this way. Because I know I'm trying to push something down a hole, but I don't remember how to get there, so it must be here. It's not a very complicated, Oh, yeah, we're like at the end. This is like it right here. Let's go down past these two, and I think they're the last trainers. Yeah, there we go. It's to the left because I saw it earlier. I remember where it was. Yeah, this one moves really slowly for some reason. I don't know why that is. I do remember this one lagging out before, but you'll know it's not the emulator lagging out. The music's not changing. It's still running at a solid 60 FPS. This boulder just moves really slowly for absolutely no reason. What are the odds I can counter anything? I agree. It's heavier. True, though. What's the point of this bit, by the way? This is just the most, like, waste your time bit in any Pokemon game ever. The keyword is jank. I have the same... I have a very similar issue when I try and type on Twitch on mobile. Where it just, like, does not work. Okay, who even is the first Elite Four member? Lorelei. So just lead with Lapras and win. No, lead with Snorlax. This is pure Snorlax hours. I just need to make sure I withdraw enough rare candies, otherwise we're gonna have a bad time. So I need 66 in total. I don't remember how many I have. If I don't have enough, that's gonna be so tragic. Like, if I don't have enough, I like 3. Oh. Nice. I do need 66, right? Yeah. 3 bonus ones, let's go. Oh, you can press down? You can press down?! Oh, well, now I feel like a plum. I don't need this awakening, I have a Poké Flip. Okay, I don't need the max revive, because, you know. I feel like that one's obvious. I no longer need the max repels. I don't know what, like, any of these TMs are, but whatever. Okay, so I have 2 max potions and 1 full restore. I want to have 5 more full restores. He does not sell hyper potions. That's upsetting. Well, looking at my team... Nah, hyper potions are still good. There's no point me... Right, we're gonna fly back to the big shop then. I actually do want 3 max potions. And we'll buy a couple full heals as well. 5. And then we'll buy up hyper potions. How many do I need? I have 5 max potions, I have 6 full restores. I don't know why I have 5 max potions. That's on me. But still, that's 11, so I need 13. 13 hyper potions. Because, like, I don't need more than 24 healing items so long as they heal me to full, you know? Oh, both Snorlax and Lapras. Lapras is never going to be below 14 HP. That's never going to be a problem. And if it is, that's what we have all those max potions and full restores for. It's fine. Plus, I wanted to be here anyway. Okay. This is why I buy hyper potions, right? Are you kidding? But you're the mart. You're the department store. Okay. I guess instead of going to the massive department store, I'll head to the, you know, self-owned business over on Cinnabar Island. Weird. I was like so sure the department store would give me what I required. Alright. Wait, hold up a sec. I just want to double check. 13. Okay, and that leaves me with enough money for only 3 carbos. I can sell some TMs though. We'll sell some TMs and get 4 carbos. Carbos are always the one I find myself buying. Like, my belief is generally like you will outspeed your opponents. Sorry, you want to outspeed your opponents because you will do enough damage. And especially on a slower Pokemon like Lapras, you really want to be able to outspeed them. So these are floor 3, right? Floor 3 feels right. No, this is the Pokédoll guy. Must be floor 4. I always talk to the wrong one. Every time, without fail. Right, I have random TMs. This is Rock Slide. So I don't know, maybe I'll use that. God, if it's still in my inventory at this point, it's not like that's only whatever that is, it doesn't cost very much. Toxic? Pfft. And Solar Beam. Wait, thank you. Arbos time. I was 3 short of not needing to sell Solar Beam. You know what? I wonder if I sold all of them, if I would actually get enough for another Carbos. Because Lapras would certainly appreciate that. I can't bring myself to sell the rare candies. Like, I didn't earn them. I hacked them in. Don't tell anyone. Oh wait, I didn't actually buy the Carbos. I definitely don't need this many Carbos. Like, this was a bit excessive on Lapras. But anything to give it speed. Yeah, my logic is I didn't pick up that rare candy in Victory Road. You know, and I could have. And like, I would have just sold that. So, you know, there you go, problem solved. 97 speed. Okay. Okay, 97. That's okay. It's almost as fast as Onion, and I would expect Onion to outspeed a lot of opponents, so I trust Carry. I trust Carry. Lunark's here. I wouldn't sell all of them, but I'm willing to sell that one, because it's like, you know what? I shouldn't prevent myself from completely selling rare candies if I would have been able to sell the ones I'd already picked up off the ground. Alternatively, I could have just gone to the PC and picked something out of it. Like, there's a lot of things I could have done. This was just the fastest option. Okay, so Elite 4-1, we're looking at level 56. Okay, Babonga, time for you to shine. Babonga's first battle. That's so tempting. But no. Gen 1 Hyper Beam is kind of fun. But Babonga, no, we're after a slow victory here. Fire Spin? No. I think level 55 is a completely acceptable level to learn Fire Spin at. Like, honestly, Charizard learning Fire Spin so late, and them referring to it and I do want that. And them referring to it in the anime as the strongest fire move and stuff. I think it was completely on purpose that it works the way it does. I don't think it was an oversight. I think they meant for Fire Spin and Wrap and things to just completely shut down your opponent. I probably healed. Because I think I want to body slam Dugong first. But also I really don't. Let's move those two. Well, let's just amnesia up. Why? That's so rude. There's the rest. Because I think it always uses rest on turn 2. Which is why body slam might have actually helped me out a lot. Oh, we got all that amnesia up at least. Slow me down. I dare you. Why? Why the crit? I'm just trying to show off wacky Gen 1 mechanics. You're actually kidding. That's not very cool of you, Lorelei. Aerith is that Snorlax sprite? He's cute! He's cozy! Okay, but Bonga should wake up this turn. Yeah. Like, I only have 15 body slam PP. But one battle both using rest? I march to the beat of my own drum, okay? Like aggressively discolored from the rest of the game. Ah, it's fine, don't worry about Snorlax. Okay, if Blizzard wasn't a 4 times resist, it would probably be the better play here. Wait, it's probably still the better play. Ah, whatever. Body Slam's a 3-hit KO. Lorelei's best waifu. Lorelei's the OG waifu. Lorelei has like no personality, Griff. It's faster than me. That's so sad. This is the worst sweep ever. I should really use Blizzard on this low bro. Or rather, I really should have used Blizzard on this low bro. It's a redhead, I have a weakness for redheads. Like a type weakness. Okay, we only have 4 body slams left. This is tragic. Babonga, this was the worst sweep ever. I'm gonna keep it real with you. There we go. That should do like nothing. Oh my god! Are you kidding? Are you kidding, though? What are these crits? Lorelei does have slightly more personality than me. Lorelei didn't appear in the anime. I believe you're thinking of Prima. It's still so whack to me that they were just like, ah, just change your name, no one will know. Right, come on Babonga, you have 2 body slams left, let's finish it off. That was terrible! That went about as badly as it could have gone. Right, thanks Babonga. Thank you. I mean, at least something requires a hyper potion. But like, yikes, we're out of body slams. I'm debating using my elixir, but I don't want to use it until I need to use it because I only have the one. Right, next Elite Four, Bruno. Bruno's a meme. Bruno's a complete meme. In fact, I think Kara just sweeps him. Like, no joke though. Is she has Prima in the anime? Yeah, they changed her name because her Japanese name only has 2 syllables. And it was way easier as a result to just go with Prima. And it's like, well, why didn't you... But Ash! Satoshi! What? No, we didn't talk about Bruno? To be fair, we don't need to talk about Bruno, he's pretty irrelevant. I actually think Carrie just sweeps the next, like, 3 Elite Four members. But I'm gonna have Devilio sweep Agatha. I only saw Encanto recently. What a weird film, can I just say? Like, can I just say, what a weird film. Griff, Yellow Bruno is significantly better than Red Blue Bruno. He still sucks, but he's significantly better. Just ignore the fact that he opens the same way. He's still a joke. Yeah, I mean, he's still a joke in Gen 2, but that's just sad. But no, yeah, Encanto, weird film. Really weird film. Because after I finished watching it, I kind of realised there was nothing in that film. Where was the plot? Like, it's much more about characterization than plot, which is really interesting. You don't see that very often. It's very different. But I remember thinking, I was like, okay, so obviously something's gonna happen. She's gonna get cast out. We're gonna get to see what's beyond the mountains and stuff. No. It's like, okay. To be fair, what other fighting types would you have given him? Primeape? That doesn't exist, that's not real. Broken House gets fixed? Yeah, like, there you go, that's Encanto. Broken House gets fixed. God, I love Lapras. What is that sprite? Looks like he's just seen a bug and he's like, ooh, gonna step on it. Polygraph doesn't exist either, don't lie to me. I didn't take it out, but, you know. We don't talk about Bruno. Oh no, an X defend. I know, right? Okay, Devilio. I never got to level 60, which is wild. I love how the Emerald Elite Four was like genuinely it was kind of tense. It was like, who do I put up front? And here's like Devilio, I'll use Earthquake like 4 times, Flamethrower once. It's important to remember that it's not that like Navaru is doing nothing or that Babonga is doing nothing. You know, like, well, Babonga's kind of doing nothing, but the Onion's doing nothing. Like, they're very important backup. I might need them. Time for the lottery. Thankfully, you don't need to play the Agatha lottery in yellow if you just outspeed and hit her with Earthquake. I was debating playing the Agatha lottery by using Swords Dance, but it's like, let's just not. Let's just kill that Gengar. 60, that's so high. Gen 1 is the highest you go in the entire series, right? Or does Gen 6 go 1 level higher? I can never remember. I think Gen 6 might go 1 level higher. It's just wild to me that this is like the only time in the series you're actually expected to get all your level up moves. I had a scratch card last week and got a lotteries. Did you win though? At 10 channel points on this run, I'm good at gambling. Well, I mean, at least you're gonna make bank. Right, go back. I'm tempted to just use Swords Dance here, because it's probably gonna use Haze. And I'm probably not gonna one-hit KO it. But if I use Swords Dance and it doesn't use Haze, I make a profit. And if I use Swords Dance and it does use Haze, it doesn't really matter. I can just keep using Swords Dance until it doesn't use Haze. So I think that's what I'll do. Didn't really shoot Supersonic. Does Charlotte look wonderful today? Kellogg's, I'm really stressed about that response from you. What doesn't look great about me today? Why would you crit? One square away from $1,000? Damn, that would have allowed you to buy your own sub to my channel. Instead of having to beg per Stardust Piggy every time. Welcome on in though, Kellogg's. Look very nice. It's just unexpected is all. Why doesn't she lead with a Haunter? Why does she lead with a Gengar when she has a lower leveled Haunter? That's weird, Agatha, you're weird. Well, thank you, Kellogg's. I appreciate it greatly. Never beat Gen 1, Agatha Walter. Yeah, it's what Griff said. It's because her Gengar has Confuse Ray and Hypnosis. So if you don't do well enough against it, you just lose. That was fun. Gengar was so cool. Honestly, right, the yellow sprites are so underappreciated. The back sprites are ass because they kept them from red and green. They never changed the back sprites. But the front sprites in yellow, so underappreciated. Okay, 62. Doesn't Nidoking just sweep this in a solo run? Nidoking sweeps everything in a solo run. Let's just be clear about that. Remember that time I used my precious Blizzard TM on Babonga? And then proceeded to do absolutely nothing? Okay, it's Caddy's time to shine. It's Caddy's time to show us why she's called that. Pokémon such as Alakazam can struggle with that. Alakazam is a bad example. Alakazam won't struggle. Because Alakazam's special is just so high, and because all of our Pokemon are weak to Psychic, Alakazam will just press Psychic 5 times and win. I'm pretty sure I did that, actually, in the previous Nuzlocke attempt. Hypno, though. Hypno will struggle. Despite being a Psychic type, it's not fast enough. So even with the type advantage, Hypno can still lose. I did put Carry up front, right? Oh, cool. Wait, can I just leave? What the hell, Lance? I love you too, buddy. Is this game exclusive to Game Boy Color and up? No, but if you don't play it on a Game Boy Color, you don't get the same, you don't get the same color options, obviously. Lucky. Stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me. I mean, we know kinda how this goes from Mercy, right? Like, he doesn't look like Dracula yet, Kellogg's. He doesn't look like Dracula until Gen 2. He does certainly pick up the Dracula look, though. Good start. Oh, thank God. Okay, I was really worried that wouldn't be a one-shot. I'm always more worried about the Dragonair than I am about the Dragon Knight. Because they're only 2 times weak to ice. It's like, Dragonite's going down. Like, Dragonite doesn't have a hope in hell. The Dragonair is like, they've got annoying things like Thunder Wave and stuff. We'll just Ice Beam it. Yeah, I knew about it. Wing attack! You have Hyper Beam! I was scared! A Hyper Beam crit would have done so much. And that's what the carbos were for. I fully believe Carrie would not have outsped without all of those carbos. You're gonna fight Nidoking as well? Actually, this is where I lost my Nidoking in the first run. I lost in that fight because he missed 2 blizzards. It's like, thanks, buddy. 90% accurate in Gen 1. Thanks. Poison type plus ice beam. The poison typing is less relevant in yellow. Because Lance doesn't just have, like, agility and stuff. You should... Seriously, if you don't know Lance's yellow team, you should look it up compared to his red-blue team. It is stacked, despite being the same Pokemon. Rip Nidoking. Okay, who do we want to open with here? He starts with Sandslash. I'm tempted to start with Carrie. We saw that went well before. Like, he kind of just doesn't play very well when you start with Carrie. How is your PP doing? Yeah, there's no way you're using more than 6 of either of those, so... Here you go, Babonga! It's not even a max elixir or anything, it's just an elixir. Oh yeah, we need to get up to 65. Babonga's a good switch into Alakazam, at least. But if he does anything like he did before, he won't send an Alakazam until, like, the end. So I don't need to worry about Carrie not carrying. Like, I don't... Like, once Babonga's out, oh my god, that name. Once Babonga's out, Babonga can just stay out. It's not a huge concern. Solar Beam, bit late, actually. What the hell? 65? Is that like the last move a Pokemon learns, or does Dragonite get something after it? I feel like 65 must be like the highest. My spare 2 rare candies that we don't talk about. God's strongest full restore. Okay. Apparently this was like a huge twist when people were first playing Gen 1, but it's like... I don't know, did it not feel like it would have been incomplete if you didn't need to fight him again? Like, he literally ends the last fight by saying, "Oh, we'll see each other soon at the Pokemon League." And then when it was like, you have to fight Blue at the Pokemon League, people were like, I just don't know if I believe that for a second. Yeah, we'll use Surf. The Ice Beams are more... He basically rubs it in there, he's gonna be the champion. Yeah, even though he has like a trash-ass team. Like with unevolved Pokemon. Dragonite's last level. Up moving Gen 1 is Hype Beam at 60? What did... Also, what the hell is this Alakazam doing right here, right now? I don't like that. Alright, Babonga. It's your time to shine. You're my Alakazam switch-in. That's why you're here. That's why you're here. That's why you're here. That's why you're here! Hey, Executor. %90 accuracy in Gen 1, my ass. Oh man, Leech Seed makes it so this won't be a 2-hit KO. Why won't he attack me? Does Blue have a random AI? Did they not give him good AI? Did they just make him go whatever the hell he wants to do? No way. No. The champion doesn't even try and look for type effectiveness? Are you kidding? The main character? True. That should be the 6000 IQB and get your ass whipped by a pile of lard. Look, brawn over brain, that's what they say, right? Magneton I don't actually have a great switch in for. Funnily enough. We made it to the end, have fun. True though. Swift! At least teach it try attack! Like, bruh! Oh, that only did like half. Okay. I'm actually no longer as sure about leaving Onion against Cloyster like I was going to do. Well, if he has any semblance of brain, he'll send in Flareon. Oh, why risk the Deathless Run now, right? Freaking Spike Cannon! Oh, of course it's a crit! Only twice, though. Oh wait, that's not... I thought when I made the noise, that must be a Gen 2 thing. Spike Cannon? Spike Cannon's like one of the original multi-hit moves, and one of the ones I forget about the most. If not the one I forget about the most. I love how you say, oh boy, Hop haters are back, when it's literally just Griff. Oh wait, no, it was Schmike! Oh my god! Sorry, Griff hates Hop so much, I just assumed. Yeah, Hop, I've said before, my issue is not with the character they tried to go with, but the character they ended up going with. I don't think they wrote him right. I don't think they gave him any sort of justice as a character. The thing they tried to do with having someone who's like much more passionate than you and gets demoralized really quickly because he's never lost doesn't work when you've beaten him in every battle and when he immediately snaps out of it. But like, we don't see that aspect often enough in Pokemon. We don't see the aspect of people getting genuinely depressed because they're not good enough at Pokemon battling. And it's surprisingly interesting because it parallels a lot of real-world things. Also, that battle sucked, Blue. Ah, whatever. Woo! Deathless Run! Lottie. And back to Gen 2. Yes. Now Deathless Genlocke. I mean, obviously I'm gonna try and do a Deathless Genlocke. But you can only do so much about sheer cold. I don't have an answer to that. Still. By the way. I still don't have an answer to sheer cold. Lottie. Right, time to write down the names of my winners. Congratulations. This floor is the Pokemon Hall of Fame. Time to be honored for all eternity. Lottie. Carrie, your Lapras is so ridiculous. There's some nice bits where Hop is trying to emulate Leon, but yeah, I agree, he's not well written. Yeah. Absolutely my issue. Navaru, you sure were there? You were one of the members of my team. Charizard is so good in Gen 1 for a Pokemon that's so bad in Gen 1. Like, Swords Dance, Earthquake, and Speed is all that a Pokemon needs to be good. Onion, you were there. Now, if anyone deserves the award for being there, most of all, it's Babonga. An Anchor, you sure were an Anchor. Six and a half hours, not bad. Not bad at all, not bad at all. Thank you for the congrats, you know. I'm pretty happy with that. That went quite well, I reckon. I just said my Blastos's name and I've already forgotten it. Oh, Navarone. It's like, Raphael. What using the exact same Pokemon every single time does to you. Yeah, don't worry, Griff. I got it. Harry. And, Babonga. But you'll note I remember the names of the ones I used in battle more than like twice. We did it, chat. We did it. Deathless run. Let's choose prediction outcome. Will I beat Yellow with less than 2 deaths? Apparently, yes. If they get retired, I can use them in future gens. So how the Genlocke works is we will... the reason I'm writing down their names, in fact, along with attack, defense, special, and speed, is that we will be using them, we'll bring them forward as eggs, and we will take their IVs or their DVs from this game, and I will randomly increase them between their current value and the maximum value of the next generation, so that they're a little bit better every time. Because that feels fair, and if they survive 2 runs, they get to have an egg move. And I get to pick their ability and their nature, because otherwise that whole step's really tedious. I wanted to have that as a 3 survival run thing, but it's like, randomizing the nature is, ugh, you have no idea. So yeah, once we get back down to the main menu screen, and I've made sure that we've definitely saved, we're going to open up PK Hex and look at what our Pokemon were actually all like, and see how they performed. It's actually one of my favourite parts of the run, to be honest, is getting to see like, wow, really? You were that trash? See, I saw Legend of Zelda, Navi, and 34 all in one message, and my brain initially glossed right over it, Griff. I'm sorry about that. Yep, here's our death. They don't even heal you! What the hell? This game's so cheap. All my beloved level 100 and Fire to the Cream were trash IVs and EVs. Yeah. I don't like to look at the IVs like during the run, because obviously I could, but where would be the fun in that? Okay, so this is called Genlocke Yellow 3, I think. Genlocke 3 Yellow, close enough. Okay, this is visible. Yes, it is indeed. I'm just gonna quickly glance over these and see if any of them are shiny. Just because that's always interesting to me. They aren't. So now let's actually look at the party and answer. Now we get to see behind the curtain, yep. So Anchor was female? For real though? For serious? Alright, wild. 0 special? 0? I thought Anchor was good! Remember at the start of the run I was like, wow, this is a really good Pikachu compared to our ones from previous runs. This is the worst Pikachu we've ever had! That's terrible. Alright. 3-12-0-4. Just gonna quickly write down attack, def, fish. Boat anchor, time to cut it loose. I will never. Oh yeah, so the rule for the eggs and how they work is I will always be setting them to the lowest possible evolutionary stage. So for example, Snorlax will be a Snorlax. But if it makes it to Gen 4, it'll go back down to a Munchlax. Even though that's not technically required in breeding, it just feels the fairest way to do this. Cash at the winners? I did. I did. Yeah, 3-12-0-5. That is so bad. Okay, Onion. Onion, you were good, right? How did we win? Oh my god, 0 special again? Alright. 6-2-0-4. At least that attack was high, right? Cut was sure doing a lot. And by high, I mean... still really bad. Devilio? See, Devilio... What? I saw the 15 and I was like, see, Devilio's a real one. And then I saw the other stats. 0 special on 3 of the team. 0. 0. Nothing. No points. Oh my god. Alright, at least defense was max, eh? 12 speed, yeah. The special is probably why Venomoth lived so well. Okay. Naviru. There's actually no way. There's actually no way they all had 0 special. There's actually no way. That's a 1 in 16 chance on all 4 of them. What the hell? Okay. I'm actually gonna look at Carrie last, because I think Carrie was good. And I want to be proven wrong later. Just be abjured the whole time? No, this is their Ivies, Orpheus. This is their Ivies. Okay. Babonga. Bruh. That's... like... I appreciate the special, bro. Actually, Babonga... This could be good. Actually, 0 attack? That could be really good. If I want that to stay at 0 or go up to only 1 when we go into Crystal. I really want that to be bad, still. We want low attack. 2 is worst case scenario. But 0 or 1 are actually really, really good. Because 0 or 1 will make Babonga female. And that helps out massively against Whitney. Of course you had the 15 special though, you absolute weirdo. Right. And Carrie. There's no way! They all sucked at special except the one that never used a single special move! How? Oh. What the hell were those? Well, you know what? Let that be your inspiration. The Ivies are not that important. All barbarians, no mages. I'll have you know that we have Mage High Lord Babonga. Also, look at the speed. Look at the speed on Carrie. Whoops. Like... the speed EVs because of all those carbos that I made her drink. Whereas it wouldn't surprise me if Babonga had basically no EVs. Yeah, because he only fought in 1 fight. Oh, and he got an iron and a calcium as well, didn't he? Yeah, you got an HP up, that's why you're... Gosh, we did not get very many EVs. What the hell was... What were these Pokemon? These are some of the worst Pokemon I've ever had the misfortune of using. What is that? What is this tank Charizard? But it worked! It worked out! I mean, there's a non-zero chance of some female Pokemon moving forward as well, which is cool. Like, normally you're pretty much guaranteed your entire team to be male. And you went Deathless. I know, right? Deathless was... Actually, hold up. Because you carried us for a lot of the game. Yeah, look at God over here. Comparatively. Comparative God. How were you so good? You one-shot Alakazam! How? 0 HP, 2 defense, 6 special. How did that Raticate live? Power of friendship? Definitely. Alright, what did Surge have to go up against? Oh, figures, yeah. You were good. You were good at your one job. Go fast, hit hard. I appreciate it. Also, we only caught 8 Pokemon in the box. That's so sad. Right, Butterfree. Can we talk about how these EVs are just the base stats of Raichu? Because it's the only thing, like... show... What's the chat meme? What's the pose? I can't ever remember. Oh, it's the braces, isn't it? It's like, shows up, kills Raichu, refuses to elaborate, leaves. Eh. Decently fast with good enough special. Max HP and attack. Now, this Jigglypuff is headed straight to melee, let me tell you. Sure is a Zubat. Yeah, whatever. I don't care about those two. Okay, let's open up the random number generator then. Let's get that baby up. Let's actually go through these stats. You know, all the special stats. Okay, so I have it up on my screen, but now I need to put it up so that you guys can see it. Is this the right window? It's never the right window. But I can check properties. Oh, it is the right window. Yo! Bonk. It's not the right place, but it is the right window. Okay, there we go. It's exclamation mark rules. Okay, so Anchor. Anchor's attack is going from 3. Okay. I'm accepting of that. Anchor's defense does not even really need to increase from 12. But it did. Now your special better increase. I'm not doing this again. Shouting works. And the speed is going from 4 to... Oh my god, Anchor is stacked now. Well, that's gonna be one hell of a Pichu. Okay, you start with them as a team of 6. I take my starter from Johto until I get Pokeballs, and then I put them, and then I add them to my PC. I'll add them at the same time as I add all the rare candies. Like, I'll make them in advance. But yeah, we basically start with them as a team of 6. We have, as a result, quite a strong start, but because of my rule, where I'm only allowed to bring in as many Pokemon as a gym leader has, it's not very helpful. Okay, Onion is going from 6 attack to 13. From 2 defense. You know what? It's an improvement. It's more than twice as much. And we roll the dice on special once more. Good God. And then speed is going from 4 to 12. Okay. So Onion's a little bit better. I'm gonna be real. Venusaur falls off hard after Gen 2 anyway, so Onion probably won't be staying around. Could be an amazing concept, some survival challenge. I mean, it's not my idea. But yes, I think it'd be very cool. I'd very much appreciate it. Okay, Devilio, from 0 attack. Okay. Your defense actually already was 15. From 0 special to... Man. Devilio, you were going so well. And from 12 speed to 13. First time I've heard. Yeah, it's not a very well done challenge, I don't believe. I don't think that many people are actually interested in Genlocks. Especially isn't getting promoted from Aleph Guardian Apprentice to Garenham Graduate. Oh, is that for finishing the... Is that my petty prize? For finishing the randomizer? The training tournament? Okay, Navaru's attack is going from 4 to 7. Navaru I care the least about because hopefully you guys will give me Totodile and... Well... That's just going to replace Blastoise. Defense is going from 11 to... Okay. Didn't feel like moving. And special... This is going to be the biggest thing. You're in the bin. And speed is going from 1 to 14. Okay, carry. Attack is starting at 8 and going to 14. Nice. Not necessary at all, but whatever. Defense is starting at 7 and going to 9. It's an increase. I'll take it. And special, carry. I beg. I beg. No, it's fine. It's whatever. Okay. Actually, carry gets a bit of a bonus because of Price's badge in Gen 2. To be fair, Griff, I did kind of deserve that. I've gotten some really good rolls in here. But yeah, because of Price's badge, ice moves are increased by another factor of 1.1 times anyway, so... It's okay, it'll do. For Gen 2. Like, it'll take out lands. Provided the speed's high enough. Going from 8 to 12. I think that's pretty good. Like, we'll just do the same thing with Carbos. Even this thing is out of square with here. I know, right? Okay. Babonga, starting with 0 attack on a Snorlax. 6. Right. I would have been okay with 1. I would have been okay with 0. 6 is pretty mid. Okay, defense is going from 1 to 14. Nice. Special was already 15. And last roll of the night. Speed is going from 8 to 14. Okay. These numbers are not as good as they look. I would actually rather 13 than 14 because odd numbers are better. Because odd numbers are what affect your HP. You might wonder why I didn't roll for HP. It's because your HP is determined entirely by the other ones. So, kind of a low HP Snorlax there. I believe it's 1 HP. Which kind of sucks. But oh well, we'll make do. To be fair, it was only... Well, it was 9 before. That's a fast-ass Narcoleptic. No, it's still not fast! Yeah, 6 attack. It's not... It's really bad, to be quite honest. Male Snorlax... Like, we should still win. I have kind of a plan for Whitney. We're just gonna set up a lot against Clefairy, and then when Miltank comes out, we'll just have all of our defense curls up. That's the plan. But these are our Pokemon. They're what we're bringing through. Navaru is almost definitely just getting switched out for Totodile. I much prefer for Alligator in future games. And I have no space for sentimentality after what happened before. I would much rather Navaru retired than that I had to hope that he died. Also, they are all male. With a big congratulations to Babonga and Anchor for coming out and living life as they want to. And Gen 2 hits different. You're the mercy of Stardust Piggy on that poll. Okay, but thankfully, Stardust Piggy seems to love Totodile. So, fingers crossed. Anyway, that is me done. I will be back to this next Sunday. And keep Stardust busy if need be. Threatening message. Or perhaps sexually charged message. Not too sure which it is. But, yeah, I will be back next week with this. And I'll be back on Wednesday with something else. I stream Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. ¿Por qué no las dos? Le petit déjeuner est prêt. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here. It means a lot. I guess I can link my other things. Discord, YouTube. You know, in Discord, I upload my schedule there every week if you want to know what I'm up to, but it's also here on Twitch. If you're following me, you'll know when I'm live, and you can just check my Twitch schedule. You can also check what I do on Twitter, but on Twitter I literally only say, hey, I'm not streaming tonight because I am ill. Or, hey, I'm not streaming tonight because I have been hit by a car. You know, things like that. It's the same announcements you'd get on Discord, I just post them there so that you don't need to commit, so to speak. Like, I know I don't like to join random Discord servers, and I don't begrudge people who feel the same way. Don't get hit by a car? I do try. My stepdad got hit by a car once. He just got hit by a car outside the train station. It turned around the road, it just hit him, and he rolled over the top of it and landed behind it. And he kind of just hobbled home and was like, oh. My mom was like, are you okay? And he was like, yeah, I got hit by a car. And she was like, go to the hospital? And he went to the hospital and he was fine, but, you know, he'd hurt himself a bit because, you know, he'd been hit by a car. So yeah, please go to the hospital if you get hit by a car. Don't just be like, ah, well, it happens, and walk home. Got hit by a car once the car was worse off than I was. Most Scottish thing ever. True though. True though. But yeah, I stream Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Thank y'all for being here. No one is streaming anything similar. So I will be off rather than raiding. To be fair, I should probably eat dinner anyway. So, good night. Remember to salute Bean Bean, the Raticate, who with god-awful IVs and being a Raticate managed to put in work. And have a good night. Or have a good day. Have a good evening. Depends on when it is for you. I hope to see you in the future. Farewell. That was great, wasn't it, my little VOD viewer? It's so weird. Like, I like talking to you at the end of a recording, because the streams, I talk to loads of people. But here, it's just you and me. I think that's quite nice. Ah well. I'll go on. I'll see you some other time. Some other VOD. Goodbye.